Good morning. It's August 10th, and this is the North Carolina Taskforce for Offshore Wind Economic Resource Strategies meeting. Welcome to everyone. We are happy to have you here with us this morning. I am Marquita Welton. I used to be Marquita Johnson, but now I'm chair of the task force and chief of staff of the North Carolina Department of Commerce. We're happy to have everyone here with us this morning. So welcome and thank you for joining us today. We do have an information-packed session today, and we hope that we're pretty sure you're going to find it very interesting, and I want to thank everyone who is joining us today. This is a public meeting. Our meeting is being recorded live, so please be mindful of comments that may be picked up by microphones located throughout the room. Our mics are all live, so please know that you will be heard. Also, I'm going to ask everyone, if you have a cell phone, if you would please silence your phone so that we don't pick that up. And if you're participating virtually, also please mute yourselves and your microphones so that we don't pick that up on the live recording. Masks are not required, however, we have them available for anyone who would like one. After roughly 6 to 7 months of steady declines, COVID infections are starting to stir back up, so we are mindful of that. Anyone who would like to mask up, you are welcome to do so, certainly. And at this time, I'm going to ask Nicole if you would do roll call, please.
Jen Banks, Ben Calhoun,
Present.
Christopher Chung,
Here.
Brian Clark,
Present.
Phyllis Craig Taylor, Kevin Dick, Hayes Flamey, Secretary Walter Gaston,
Present.
David Goss,
Present.
Daniel Cavani, Susie Hamilton,
Present.
Perry Harker,
Present.
Arkita Howard, Stephen Cowlin, David Kelly, Carly Lohan, Mark McIntyre,
Here.
Ashley McLeod, Trish Murphy,
Here.
Bob Peel, Michelle Query, Greg Richardson, Dan Segalia, Jason Stipple, Glenn Skinner, Justin Solomon, John Sokia, Norris Tolson, Whit Tatel,
Here.
Alvin Warwick, John White, Marquita Welton. That concludes.
You can't just let me know. They're right here.
All right, North Carolina open meeting law requires that an ethics statement be read at the start of every meeting. In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every task force meeting to avoid both conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts. If any member has a known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to matters coming before the task force today, please identify it at this time. Also, please identify any conflict that arises with respect to any matter discussed during the meeting so that it can be evaluated to ensure that any inappropriate participation is avoided. At this time, I'm going to ask staff if you would please identify yourselves. And Nicole is bringing the microphone around.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Jennifer Mundt, Assistant Secretary for Clean Energy and Economic Development, Department of Commerce.
Good morning. Gina Renfro, Special Assistant, Clean Energy Communications and Stakeholder Engagement, Department of Commerce.
Good morning, John Harden, Executive Director of the Office of Science, Technology, and Innovation in the North Carolina Department of Commerce.
Good morning, everyone. I'm the Director of Policy and Strategic Planning for the Department of Commerce.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Corrado Juan Harper, Department of Commerce, NCC Director.
I'm Alex Costantini, Department of Commerce, Office of Science, Technology, and Innovation, STEM Policy Fellow.
I'm Erica Williams, Department of Commerce.
Patrice Bethia, Department of Commerce. Colleen Brown, Digital Media Specialist, Department of Commerce.
Just in time. Nancy Severino, Department of Commerce, over Communications and Public Affairs.
Alexia Chavis, I'm with the Department of Commerce.
Nicole Williams, the Department of Commerce.
Alan Sandoval, Commerce.
That concludes.
All right, we do have one more very important person with us for the Department of Commerce, Secretary Michelle Baker Sanders. And I will allow Secretary Sanders to make some comments. So welcome everyone.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. Thank you for your contributions and the work that we're doing to continue to position North Carolina to play a key role in the offshore wind sector. Everyone knows, I'm sure, because of your work and your results, the importance to North Carolina with this work. Not only important because of the economic impact that it has, but also important, I believe, for our national security, our state security, and playing a role to contribute to a cleaner economy for North Carolina and for the world, for that matter. I was just listening this morning about the fires in Maui, unfortunately, and the loss of 36 lives at this point. So that's just another example and another reminder of the urgency that we should have around this work, as well as the other work streams that can contribute to environmental security for the state and for our nation. So thank you very much and look forward to the continued collaboration and partnership. Thank you, Chair Welton, for always having a strong agenda and a great time to go along with that strong agenda and to help us build relationships, get to know each other better, and understand each of our positions and perspectives on the work that we're doing. So thank you all very much. To my colleague, Secretary Gaskin, glad to see you here and joining us on the agenda today as well. Thank you all.
Thank you, Secretary Sanders. Always happy to have you with us. All right, if there are any guests, I know we have some special guests in the room. If there's anyone who has not been introduced, would you please introduce yourself at this time?
Good morning, I'm Rodney Anderson, the chairman of the North Carolina Military Affairs Commission.
Good morning, my name is Maynard Smith. I'm with U.S. Wind. I'm the Maryland Business Engagement Manager.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tonny Møller. I'm from Maersk Training in Denmark.
Good morning. My name is Peter Ledford. I am Clean Energy Director in Governor Cooper's office.
Good morning. Doug Taggart, Interagency Coordinator, Department of Military and Veterans Affairs.
Good morning. I'm John Marin. I'm the Director of Investor Education and Protection Program with the Department of Secretary of State.
All right, do we have any elected officials with us today? Seeing none, we'll move on. I did want to mention that yesterday we had a wonderful time visiting Reed Ross Classical School, and the Greenhouse Club students welcomed us and welcomed Secretary Sanders and several of us for a tour of the greenhouse and the work that they're doing on the landscape of their school grounds. We enjoyed watching the kids build wind turbines and talking to them about career opportunities in offshore wind. A big thank you to Principal Johnson and the students for welcoming us, and especially to Total Energy for supplying those wind turbines and lunch for the kids. So thank you so much, especially to Susan Monroe for facilitating that, and Susan is with us this morning. Thank you again, Susan. So we had a great time, fun with the kids, and excited to see their excitement for offshore wind energy and the opportunities. Certainly they had questions about job opportunities. These were middle school and high school students, and I think we are developing a nice pool of future talent for supplying our needs in this industry. So again, thank you to Total Energies and to Susan Monroe for facilitating that. I think we missed a few people with introductions, and so Nicole, if you would please.
Hello, good morning. My name is Andrea Allard, and I am Transition Services Director with the North Carolina Department of Military and Veteran Affairs.
Good morning. I'm Steve Sample with the Department of Defense, Site and Clearinghouse.
I'm Dave Belote, and 13 years ago I sat in his seat as the first executive director of the DoD Site and Clearinghouse. I'm now managing partner of my own consulting firm representing a number of wind industry members when they need to deal with the Pentagon, and I'm also a board member on the Southeastern Wind Coalition.
Good morning, I'm Jolene Marsh. I'm the Associate Vice President of Corporate and Industry Training at Belote.
And good morning, I'm Scott McCosh, the Senior Director of Military and Veterans Programs at Fayetteville Tech.
Good morning, Hayden Graham with the Climate Jobs National Resource Center.
Good morning, I'm Brian Pierce, the Chief Deputy Secretary for the North Carolina Department of Military and Veterans Affairs.
Good morning, I'm Mark Sorrells. I'm the President of Fayetteville Technical Community College. We welcome you to our campus. This is our newest campus. Dedicated to our fire and emergency management rescue personnel across eastern North Carolina. So I would encourage you, it's a project in progress. We're part of a $46 million bill. So this facility opened up in September. We're getting ready to open up the only indoor swiftwater management training facility in the East Coast, right next door, $4.6 million. Then we'll be investing $20 more million right behind for an additional burn facility. We're very excited to have you here. We've got a number of programs that I think will intersect with the work you do. In addition to our transitioning military, we have a number of other elements that are important. We are a founding member of the Carolina Cyber Network, which is a coalition of 18 2- and 4-year colleges in North Carolina dedicated to closing the skills gap in cybersecurity. We also have a number of projects that we work with the military around data labeling to look at national security and issues of that nature. So we're glad you're here. Please take the time to walk around. Our main campus is just about 10 miles in the center of the city. We are the 3rd largest college in the North Carolina Community College system, and we are the largest continuing ed program in the entire state. So that is on behalf of Dr. Marsh, who runs that program for us. So we take very seriously our role of working with the military, but also responding to our economic development and workforce needs in the state of North Carolina. So thank you for what you do and the work that you're here to do to open up a new sector. One last point. We are in the process of partnering with Fayetteville State University on a Department of Energy grant to develop a sustainable energy hub here in the Sand Hills region of eastern North Carolina. So we're very excited about that and look forward to the intersection that we can have with this task force, the Department of Commerce, and the state of North Carolina. Thank you.
Dr. Sorrells, thank you. President Sorrells, thank you so much for hosting us and for the tour yesterday. Wonderful facility for anyone who didn't get an opportunity to join us. Secretary Sanders had an opportunity to drive the big fire truck and mock up. No one was injured, everyone was rescued.
One curve,
We did take out one curve, but nevertheless, it was a great opportunity, so thank you, Dr. Soros, President Soros. It was really a very nice facility, and we're excited about the opportunities and the partnerships that come with Fayetteville Technical Community College and Fayetteville State University. We thank you both also for hosting us for reception last night and for breakfast this morning as well as lunch. So thank you so much for that. All right, are there any guests that have not been introduced? Anyone in the room who has not been introduced?
Hi, I'm Deborah Cunningham, and I'm in the process of opening a new company called Latimer Renewable Energy. And so I'm very interested in the agenda that's going on for the renewable energy. I am an alumni of FSU, and I actually have graduated from Fayetteville Tech as well.
All right, wonderful. Welcome to everyone, and I hope we have a lot of listeners on our virtual stream this morning as well, so welcome to those as well. Our agenda today includes discussions on the military's influence on offshore wind. We'll hear about deconfliction of the areas considered for wind energy development, as well as transitioning military from active duty into opportunities in the offshore wind sector. We'll also hear from Maersk training on workforce development in the offshore wind industry. And for those who don't know, we, as a task force, provide an annual report to the governor and the legislature, so we will have a report on that as well later today. I would say please leave your microphones, but I know that they're all live and we don't have that capability today, so please be mindful that all mics are live. So we're going to move on with our agenda today. I already talked about visiting the school, Ross Reed Classical School. Again, kids who are really excited about these opportunities. So we're going to go ahead and move on to our Commerce Clean Energy Reporting Update. We're going to welcome Assistant Secretary of Commerce, Jennifer Mundt. Jennifer is our resident clean energy expert. And she keeps us abreast of all the current happenings. So she's going to update us on wind-related activities this morning.
First with the tech, Nancy, you got to. I'm the guinea pig up here. We're in good hands with our comm staff. Thank you, Alan. Can you all hear me? This is live.
You probably need to speak up a little bit to pick up on the recording.
How about now? There it is. Okay, thanks. Good morning, everybody. Again, I'm Jennifer Mundt, Assistant Secretary for Clean Energy Economic Development, with your quarterly update on activities related to offshore wind. And so this is just a quick overview of what I'll cover. And just as a note, as this presentation gets posted up online, all of the underlined text is indicative of a hot link. So if you want to see the source materials, you can click right through those to see them yourselves. So first I want to provide a quick update on the federal White House State Offshore Wind Implementation Partnership that was stood up by President Biden, 11 governors, and his departments of Interior and Energy last year. Its main role and goal is to help support the growth and development of a vibrant, efficient offshore wind supply chain and to address national gaps that exist in the United States so that we can create a vibrant domestic supply chain. The first thing I just want to mention is that there's been a very active subgroup of this partnership that has been meeting almost twice monthly since last year to help create a path forward for engaging on supply chain. And where we are right now is we are, I think, version 3 of a memorandum of understanding that is likely to be signed by all of the partner states and the partner federal agencies, where we are going to commit to partnering in sub-regional groups to address supply chain assets and gaps and really try to create an efficient role or an efficient path forward for developing our domestic supply chain. And so this has been a long time coming. It has been arguing over words. Those of you who have been in the legislative process, it's ands and ors and eithers and neithers and things like that that are being debated at this point, but we're really close and would expect hopefully to have something inked by the start of the next quarter. We're really excited about it. The other thing I want to note is the establishment of these sub-regional partner associations can recognize and allow for continuing existing partner associations. So as you all are aware, North Carolina is a member of the Smart Power Consortium with Maryland and Virginia. And so if we choose to, we can use that existing partnership and incorporate that and use that to continue fostering this work. I also want to note that the national gaps that this effort is trying to address include the fabrication and putting more Jones Act compliant vessels on the water, also expanding and creating more port infrastructure to support the offshore wind industry, and also supporting the production of more U.S. steel production to support the growth or to support offshore wind component manufacturing. We're going to provide a couple of updates from BOEM. The first is, I'm sure most folks here are very much aware that last Monday, BOEM announced the final wind energy areas for the Central Atlantic Call area. The 3 areas that are moving forward are noted on this map to the right, A, B1, and C1. Unfortunately, areas D and F off the North Carolina coast were not included in the final WIAs moving forward, but we are optimistic and hopeful that BOEM will continue to consider those and hopefully include some portions of those areas in a future auction for leasing. I know we'll hear much more about this from our esteemed guests, Steve Sample and Dave Belote, who are intimately involved and experienced with the deconfliction process that goes into reviewing these areas from the military's perspective. And so I won't steal any of their thunder here at this point. And I'm going to move on and note there are 2 other updates that came out of BOEM over the past couple of weeks. First, BOEM issued a notice of intent checklist. And the goal and intent behind that was to help increase transparency for all stakeholders who are involved in the leasing process, meaning what do you need to know once the lessees have moved forward with their construction and operations plans, and what is required in terms of meeting and complying with all the various federal regulations as they pertain to the National Environmental Policy Act and all of the other standards. And so this checklist went out to help increase transparency, to provide clarity to lessees as they go through this process, to establish a pre-application and a pre-NOI process, and to help improve efficiency in the review of these really dense and complicated reports and applications to help expedite the process of getting projects approved. And then secondly, BOEM also issued a guidance on marine acoustic modeling and measurement guidelines. Essentially, when developers begin installation of foundations for offshore wind projects that involves a noisy activity for pile driving. And BOEM has issued these guidelines to help address the noise impacts and give the developers and the people who are doing the installation more information about how to mitigate and address the noise impacts on marine mammals and other critters in the sea proximate to the actions that are taking place, and also how to measure and record and provide for ongoing data to support increased knowledge and scientific information in this space. So you can link and review these hardy guidelines at your leisure. Another interesting update out of the federal government that has implications for us here in North Carolina and pretty much every renewable energy developer in the United States is the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, in a unanimous decision, approved FERC Order 2023 on July 27th. And what this does is help streamline the interconnection process for projects, depending on how you read it. I saw that, Steve. But it does four main things. The first is that it implements a first ready, first served cluster study process for transmission operators and transmission service operators. Essentially, if a project is pretty well mature and evolved and almost ready to be installed, then those should be getting first rights of refusal in the interconnection queue. Applicants have to be able to demonstrate that they have site control and commercial readiness, again, to try to advance and expedite these projects. This is intended to help speed interconnection queue processing and will help provide for and incorporate more technological advances into the process by involving AI and other very smart processes to help organizations like PJM and other ISOs and RTOs as they evaluate projects. So you know, there are approximately 10,000 projects that are in an interconnection queue, renewable energy projects that are in the renewable energy queue at this point in time that comprise about 2,000 gigawatts of renewable power that could be placed on the grid. For comparison's sake, just so you have a sense of that, the Kitty Hawk wind project that we were talking about off the coast of Corolla is anticipated to generate about 3.5 gigawatts. And so 2,000 gigawatts of renewable power that is waiting to be installed and put on the grid is pretty significant, and trying to address that backlog is a noble effort, and hopefully we'll be able to see the fruits of that effort emerge sooner than later. Not much to update on the status of our 3 wind energy areas. We still anticipate a draft EI. Actually, I met with some folks from Auburn Renewables yesterday, and I believe that they indicated that the draft EIS is going to probably be expected sometime early 2024, so that's being pushed out a little bit. Kitty Hawk South, we're still waiting for the final construction operations plan to be deemed complete by BOEM, at which time we'll have a better sense of what that project is looking like. We have reps from both Duke and Total here who can speak to any updates with respect to those 2 projects in Carolina Long Bay, but it's my understanding that y'all are inching ever closer to submitting the site assessment plans. Is that correct, Susan? Yes, okay, great, my memory serves, and I'm sure there will be more updates on all projects when I stand up in front of you again in November. I want to share with y'all, and this was something that I alluded to back in May, about a week before the official announcement was made by the National Science Foundation. But I'm really excited to share that as a result of a massive influx of funding that came with the CHIPS and Science Act that was enacted last year, $200 billion went towards advancing scientific R&D and commercialization of that R&D through NSF. What NSF did was they announced a program called the Innovation Engines and made a call for all manner of applications from consortia to try to address the most gnarly problems that our nation is facing today. How do we get more renewable energy on the grid? How do we address potentially, sorry, the word I'm looking for has escaped me, but how do we address like agricultural failures in the face of climate change? How do we address and incorporate AI? All sorts of really gnarly questions that are coming to us, and they put out a call for applications. And so last fall, the Department of Commerce joined probably a 10 or a 12 member consortia led by UNC Charlotte to apply for one of these Type 1 innovation engine grants to help deploy and create a renewable energy cluster, innovation cluster in North and South Carolina. And we found out in May, a week after Towers met last, that we were one of 44 projects that were awarded these development Type 1 awards, which means that we, this 12-member consortia, we get to split after admin costs are shaved off, $1 million to help us develop the guts of this cluster and try to apply for a Type 2 innovation award, which will allow us to implement a plan, and that award would be $160 million. And so this cluster that we are, or this consortium that we're a member of, is called Clean Carolinas. And I'm really proud to say that it is represented by some major universities, both in North and South Carolina, including UNCC, like I mentioned, as the lead. NC State is represented, Clemson is represented, Fayetteville State University is represented, Elizabeth City State University, and there's another college in South Carolina that I just can't remember because my loyalties are to North Carolina. And there's industry partners, Duke Energy, and I'm looking at my friends because I can't remember who else, but it's Total, thank you. And we're really excited because what we're trying to do is take the innovation and the knowledge and the expertise that lives in North and South Carolina and help bridge the gaps that exist right now, and take these technologies in clean energy and help take them from idea to the bench, into pilot, and then into practice, and then create a supply chain and manufacturing sector to support that, and really build that in the eastern portions of our two states. This Innovation Engine program is really directing and focused on underserved, under-resourced, previously under-managed communities. And as we're all, I think, very familiar, is that areas east and of 95 here in the Carolinas comprise the Southeast Crescent, or was known as the Southern Black Belt, where there has been a less resource provided to these communities. And so what we're really trying to do is nest and seed a whole lot of opportunity here in this part of the two states. And so we're really excited about how this is progressing. We had our first kickoff meeting. Well, I guess that's redundant. We had our kickoff meeting at the end of July, where we were all convened in Charlotte to figure out where and what we're doing next. And I'll have another update on that. And I think we're going to invite the principal leads to come to the NCTOWERS meeting in November to give that update, because they'll be a whole lot more cogent than I ever would be. And just want to talk a little bit about state activities. Basically how we're implementing several memorandums of understanding that we have in place. Smart Power, the South, East and Mid-Atlantic Regional Transformative Partnership for Offshore Wind Energy Resources, too many acronyms, with Maryland and Virginia. Earlier this summer, we entered into an agreement with the National Renewable Energy Labs. They are going to conduct a robust, detailed study of our three-state region on supply chain and workforce. And so if you recall, over the past several meetings, Dr. Hardin and I have provided updates on 2 nationwide reports that NREL did on the offshore wind supply chain and what we need to get the US to the 30 gigawatts by 2030. What we have contracted with NREL to do is do a really discrete focused look on our 3 states and how we can leverage our assets, fill each other's gaps, and then all work towards together helping to create a robust supply chain for offshore wind. And so looking forward to that, and we should have some deliverables by about this time next year in draft form. Implementing our MOU with the UK, I'm really excited to share that several of us on NCTOWERS, as well as reps from academia and industry, were able to travel in a delegation of about 17 or 18 folks from North Carolina over to Western UK, visiting Liverpool, Manchester, and North Wales to learn from them how they are implementing and executing on their renewable energy goals and mission. I'm happy to give Dana and or Susie or Susan an opportunity to speak to our experience, but just to say that we continue to move forward with the MOU that Secretary Sanders started on behalf of the state last year, and really excited about that. The other thing that we're working on with our UK friends is a series of webinars, and we hosted the first one the end of last month, and they talked about, we provided information about supply chain development, and then also ports infrastructure and how the UK's, and there's a lot of information that we had heard from the delegation that they sent over to us last year when we met in Morehead City, but it was a very discreet and focused discussion about how some of their ports have shifted from either fisheries or other heavy industry and focused much more specifically on offshore wind and renewable energy equipment. So there'll be another 2 webinars in this series, and we will keep you all posted on how those come along. And the third MOU that you all are familiar with is the MOU that Commerce entered into earlier this year with the Danish Energy Agency. We continue to plow forward with our work to execute a work plan. One of the things that we're working on in earnest is talking about power purchase agreements and what the path to market is, and looking at the Danish, the European, and other state models for how we get energy wheeled onshore from offshore wind projects, and what some of those best practices and best approaches are, and what we might be able to do here in North Carolina to facilitate that. And then the other update coming out of Denmark is that the Director General of the Danish Energy Agency, or I should say the Danish Ministry for Climate, Energy, and Utilities, is going to be visiting the United States with a stop in Raleigh at the end of September, and we'll be hosting him for meetings with several officials, members of the Utilities Commission, and perhaps some members of the legislature. And that concludes my update. Happy to take any questions and answer them to my best ability. Thanks.
Any questions for Jennifer?
Jennifer, on that map where they have the gray areas for the site, what are they? On this map right here, it doesn't say what they are. Is that?
Oh, so, I mean, so you're referring to the gray polygons?
Yeah.
Those are the wind energy areas that have already been approved. Yeah, so the triangle that's on the inside of D, that's the Kitty Hawk wind energy area.
Any other questions for Jennifer? Do we have any of our virtual attendees with questions?
I'll just offer a comment. I'll offer a comment that is this on? Maybe.
Yes.
The UK delegation meeting, I think, was very productive. It wasn't 5 days before we were back, before we were already having conversations with some of the folks we met, sharing some information, looking for business development opportunities stateside, and honestly, it extended beyond clean energy, into general manufacturing and general supply chain development. So that was super productive.
Thank you, Dana, for that comment. I will say the relationships that we forged with both the Denmark team and the UK team have been very fruitful so far. It's not just words on paper, actually moving things forward for the relationship and development of opportunities here in North Carolina. And thank you, Jim. Susie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the Clean Carolinas, sorry. Is that better? On the Clean Carolinas slide, Jennifer, the maps were blocked out on our paperwork, but can you tell us, generally speaking, in North Carolina, where those innovation engines are? Sure. Counties, just kind of.
Are you talking about this map or the previous?
The first one.
Okay, so I'm trying to remember what the red circles indicate, but what this map is trying to denote are the 100+ counties between North and South Carolina that are denoted as our quote, region of service. And the nodes, I believe, are where the red circles are where there is already either a knowledge base or a lab or some type of industrial complex or innovation complex that we are going to be using or deploying to help serve this. Or actually it might be where the partner institutions are. I can't remember. I pulled the map from one of UNCC's.
Primarily universities or university labs.
Yeah,
For example,
okay.
you know, up on the upper right, Elizabeth City State University, but you also have the UNC Coastal Studies Institute at Manteo, as well as South Carolina, Clemson, University of South Carolina, institutions like that.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
I have one more update on this NSF innovation engines. We're also actively involved in an innovation engine that's being led by Virginia Tech that's more focused on the digitization of the supply chain, which I think will have some sort of secondhand benefits for this program. And the good news is that it actually, from that Virginia footprint, sort of has a bucket handle of geographic coverage that goes all the way down through to Charlotte. So there should be some opportunities that we can maybe pair up on that innovation engine too.
And as a Hokie, I'm proud to hear that. Thank you.
Hey, Jennifer, that map again. Has there ever been any analysis of when we get areas E and F here, of how far out you can go before it's no longer economically viable?
That's a great question, Dave. So at this point, those areas E and F that are way out beyond the drop in the shelf, they're going to necessitate floating offshore wind technology, which we know is deployable, and we know that it can be done, but it does come at a significant cost premium. There's been several demonstration and commercial projects that have been installed in Europe, but we're not at a point yet where it makes market efficiency in the States. So we're a little ways from that, and I think it makes the most sense for us to try to deploy in our shallow waters as quick as possible.
Other questions for Jennifer? All right, thank you, Jennifer. We're going to move on to our workforce development in the offshore wind industry sector with Tonny Møller. And we're really excited to have Tonny with us today. Tonny is the head of operations, the managing director, global wing for Maersk Training. And for those of you who aren't familiar with Maersk, it's a Danish shipping and logistics company. Its business activities include shipping, port operations, supply chain management, and warehousing. The company is based in Copenhagen, Denmark. And actually, Dana used to work with Maersk.
A couple of us did.
All right, okay. They have subsidiaries and offices across 130 countries and over 100,000 employees worldwide. Some of you may remember it if you may recognize it if you remember the movie that Tom Hanks starred in, Captain Phillips. the ship that was hijacked by the Somalian pirates. But anyway, that's not what we want to do. We are very pleased to have Tony with us today, and Alan is getting him set up to get started with his presentation. Welcome, Tony.
Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me the opportunity to come with my view on workforce development, and thank you to Makita and Nicole for arranging and all of you to participate. Yes, Tom Hanks couldn't be here today, so you're left with me, and it is about workforce development. And yes, we're coming out of the Maersk family. It is let's say a big company, and Maersk Training is a very, very small part of that. I'll come back to that one. So I would like to go through that. Let's say what's opportunities. I know all of you sit with let's say opportunities, you know they're there, but I like to take it into the workforce development. And then I will also give you the insight of how Maersk Training actively work with the workforce development in order to have safe workforce transition. Let's start with who we are. More or less, we already got it. It's quite a big company. Maersk is the huge shipping company, and we are a part of that. Myself, I'm coming also from the offshore construction from Maersk Supply Service, where I ended up as a captain, and then went shore and saw the light and wanted to make the world safe and start training people. And I've been in the training business for 23 years. But okay. How do I change this? I got a camera here. Okay, perfect. Thanks. Yeah, as I said, a big company, and we're 100% owned by AP Møller Maersk. We are a family company, and that means we have 120 years experience in the offshore business, and that is what we leverage on today. It's actually have a significant impact when you are a company that is moving 20% of everything in the world. And that's just enormous in my mind. So that's also why it's so important that Maersk Training, AP Møller Maersk is committing to doing something with the green energy and not continuing with the normal fuels that we are using today. So this strategy, the clean energy commitment, is that all the way to zero. That is, we should do that in everyone. And our ambition is that we'll be net CO2 in 2040 for all transportation. The climate strategy is not only words. I'm happy to say that. Maersk have sold off Maersk Oil, sold off Maersk Drilling, and they were two very good, let's say, money-making babies, but that was not the strategy. The strategy is clean energy, clean transportation, and logistic in the future. So last month, and it's actually sailing right now on the marine voyage to Denmark, is Maersk Line have taken the delivery of the very first ship that is running on methanol, which is kind of the green fuel for the future, and they have already 10 of these container vessels. So that's proud to say. Maersk Supply Service have drawn up and are starting construction of installation vessels, which will go into operation approximately 1 year from now in the US market for Equinor and BP up in the New York area. So that was, let's say, our bigger sisters, much bigger sisters as some will say. We are a small company with approximately 500 people employed and much smaller revenue, but at least we still have, let's say, our strategy as well, and that is improving safety and operational performance. That means people, when they go offshore, they should come home safely again. You cannot send your husband or your wife away and then don't expect them to come home in one piece. So of course it should be safe to do the work. But we believe, and that is our DNA, we believe that safety can go hand in hand with performance. We actually have evidence that the safer vessel or safer oil rig is the better performance they make. And make a PhD study on that one. And that's quite, so safety is not a cost. It is actually a part of efficient leadership. And that is, in my opinion, very interesting that money and safety goes hand in hand. But back to us, why are we here? Unfortunately, we come out of an incident that happened many years ago. So in '77, the Maersk Explorer had hit a shallow gas in the North Sea, and that shallow gas ignited, and as you can see these pictures, it was an accident, but fortunately enough, no one was, let's say, killed or anything. There was some scratches, some burns, but this was actually a wake-up call to our management, because after this incident, of course, there was an investigation. The investigation showed that all people on board this rig, a very modern rig, a very optimized rig, a very efficient rig, had very skilled people with the right certificates. And these people are not stupid people. They are not going to do this deliberately. Everyone understands and knows that. So why is this happening? It's happening due to a human error or a misinterpretation of some signals. Not because they wanted to do so, but unfortunately happened. So our management, they looked into this and said, okay, you need to find someone who actually can train, not only for the certificate, but training for skills and competences, so they can also get a certificate to prove the skills and the competences. They were looking around in 1977, and they actually didn't find any drilling school at that time that had that, let's say, sufficient competences. So then Mr. Møller himself, he said, okay, go ahead and make a drilling school. So that was the first coming up. The Maersk training was started in '87. And today we still have a piece of that oil rig outside our window as a monument, not to show that there was going on, but to remember us as instructor that we should teach people competence and skills so they can earn a certificate, not give them a certificate, because that is not a proof in itself. So that was a little bit about us. Our DNA is safety. Ambitions. We see quite ambitious targets here in North Carolina, and that's great to see. And I'll come back to what Global Wind, the organization, Global Wind organization is a little bit later. But they say that for every megawatt we install offshore, we expect 2.5 persons, employees that need safety and technical training to go offshore. We believe it's a little bit too optimistic, but even though that with our calculations up against, let's say, the UK numbers, we believe it's more or less a 1.5 person per megawatt, but still it is between 4,000 to 7,000 people that need to go offshore and need to have this safety training. And the DWO, they have made a standard. I'll come back to that one a little bit later. But just to compare it a little bit, in Denmark we put out the very first offshore farm in the world in '91. So here, 32 years later, we have today installed 2.3 gigawatt. So we have spent more than 30 years of doing what you have to do in 6 to 7 years. So I don't say you're in a hurry, but 2030 is coming up soon. So, and that is why we need to, let's say, look ahead, and the people have to be ready, and that is why I'm so happy to be here to talk about workforce development. The Global Wind Organization is a non-profit organization. This is screen dumped this morning, so I think it is updated. But that is where most of the majors are, let's say, those produce the turbines and those who are operating the turbines when they are installed. And they have done this training standards for a safe and more productive workforce. Don't go left, don't, a lot of details on this one. What I try to show you is that this, let's say, global standard that the GWO already have introduced in a lot of other countries is coming out of Europe, of course, but still in the US, you see that there's over, 30,000 certificates coming out of the US already. So the standard is used in the US and it is also adopted here in the US. Back to what we are trying to do with this workforce development is we have 16 training facilities around the world that we own and operate. The Norway is really not represented very well. We have 5 centers up there now. And then we have the green dots, and that's for me very interesting because I'm heading this small department that is helping other institutes or clients of getting this workforce development. We have 2 clients in Japan, 1 in Taiwan, 1, believe it or not, in Saudi Arabia with all that oil, and 1 in United Emirates. And then we have 4 on the east coast of the US, Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, and Delaware.
Whether you're a seasoned wind energy professional or just at the start of your career in the industry, we provide a one-stop shop for wind energy safety training that can really help you progress. By listening to your needs, we will create tailor-made training solutions that give you the flexibility you need. And wherever possible, we will build a timetable around back-to-back courses, making the training process part of your life, not dominating it. For complete peace of mind, all our instructors are recruited directly from the industry and are true experts in their chosen fields. And so we can be confident they stay that way, we employ a highly appraised quality management system which ensures they receive all the topical and relevant industry knowledge necessary to maximize your training experience. We're proud to have been the first company in the world to receive Global Wind Organization accreditation, and we also hold numerous other accreditations, including MIPITO, STCW, and Renewable UK, all of which ensures that our safety training is second to none. Safety is our culture, and your safety our purpose in life. We look forward to welcoming you to Maersk training and providing you with a better learning experience that will help take your career to the next level.
Yeah, telling more than, let's say, a lot of my words. But what we are trying to do with these partnerships is, sorry about that. What we're trying to do with these partnerships is, to take it all the way with the project management and getting design and layout of training facilities and all the way to the administration part of booking, admin, and of course to train the trainer getting this. So these partnerships are actually levering on that we have developed our course material and we are updating it every time the standard is changing or that we see that a client have a special need. So we have 3 things we deliver to our partners is that pure consultancy, someone wants to do it themselves, then we just come with, let's say, IP rights and help them get going. Then they do the investment and all that. What we call powered by is a kind of partnership where when we are making an agreement, for example, we have a training management agreement with Ørsted globally. So if they need a person trained in Taiwan, they will give us a mail and we will secure that that person is trained. That means we need a global footprint, we need partners around the world, and of course we'll be very happy to have a partner in North Carolina as well. The last one operated by is like we do in New York, where someone who have absolutely no interest or no knowledge of operating a training facilities, they can then, let's say, give us the keys and we will operate it on their behalf in New York it is up to 10 years. We see that this DWO is just the beginning. We see that it should be linked to universities, to colleges, to actually all the way down to the public school, so that the food chain is there. We need to do it, and I can already now hear that you are working on a lot of this. So yes, the DWO is fine to get the technician safe, but of course it has to be linked to a lot of things. A very interesting contract we just have signed with a university in Taiwan is to help them setting up a simulator facility, and that is actually to do installation of turbine in simulation before it's done in the real world. And that is also including, as we heard Jennifer talking about before, with the floating energy, floating turbines. Yes, it's not feasible financially right now, but we need to go there someday. So that simulation will include that one, feasibility study of that one, and also to do safe and efficient installation of turbines in the simulation before you actually go out and do it in the real world. We have taken it a step further because we believe the digitalization is going, of course, to simulation, but also in the normal training. Why should people spend 5 days in a training facility if you can do it in 3 days and read it yourself at home? And that is why we have done most of the DWO in e-learning, but we also see a development here, that VR is coming into this, adaptive learning is coming into this. So what we believe is that that's fine that we are having a certificate one day, but we will forget. And then the DWO refresher, that's absolutely fine. We can come in and do a refresh every second year on the safety side. But we also believe that we could put in digital learning. That means you can do it on demand, you can do it when you have time, and you don't have to travel to do it. That means in total our resulting knowledge and readiness will be on a higher level. So we have actually hired 16 people, starting up a division that is running this digitalization and we will start with DWO BTT. And we're really looking forward to, let's say, transfer our e-learning material into a more modern way of doing it. Of course, e-learning will still be there, but virtual reality is also a delivery method we would like to do. I mentioned that we have signed a simulator contract. Before that, we signed with a university in Taiwan, and that was actually the start of this small let's say, department I'm heading with doing, let's say, partnerships services. We have New York, where we are working together with a kind of a union and a building and construction trade and a community college. And these three, they are not, let's say, very interested in, they have a full day job beside that, and that is why we have a kind of not only a turnkey solution, but also an operated, where we've operated for 5+4 years. Namekwa in the southern Japan, in Nagasaki, is a pure consultancy, where we're helping them with designing and course material, trainer and everything, and then they want to operate it by themselves after that, and that's absolutely fine. Giraffe Work is a crane company in Yokohama, and they are a company that they needed this training for their people. They could see they couldn't get it anywhere, and then they saw a business opportunity, and then we are going in as a partner and helping them starting up building these facilities, and we hope to open that next year. Yongshu Maritime Institute, another corporation in China. It is, let's say, very, very slow these days in any corporation in China, I just have to admit. We have Bristol in Massachusetts that we have an audit up there this week, and we hope to open here in 1 to 2 months from now, and then with both BST and safety and technical training for this one. We are also having partners in the digitalization. Yes, we have started our own small department, or our own department to do this, but we are working together with CAT people, which have actually coming out of communication. They are doing some for the Danish government. Take this link and get a free ride. It's quite interesting. We have people that is voluntary taking around for offshore for kids, going to the beaches in the summertime and putting up the turbines, because we know that we have to feed it from the very beginning to get the workforce. And trust me, in Europe we are struggling to get skilled people into the wind industry. There's a battle to get skilled people. I believe it could be the same here. But we have to start very early to make them interested in the renewable energy. So, for example, in Taiwan, we were a little bit delayed with the main building, so that we put up a temporary facility. We are doing the same in New York now, setting up a facility where we could actually do the basic. If we're going to do a training for 10 years, of course, this is not the solution. You should do something properly, like these facilities we are in here. But it is a possibility to start up in a temporary way. And you see the pictures from Taiwan, where we are doing this for 13 or 14 months before the main building was actually ready. So there's a lot of opportunities to, let's say, for us to help partners getting ready and to construct and do things. But remember, we only have 6 to 7 years to get ready with 4,000 to 7,000 people here in North Carolina. So that's very interesting. But thank you so much for listening and getting my views on workforce development.
Very interesting report, Tony. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a great presentation. I'm just curious, what explains the challenges getting skilled trades into the offshore sector in Europe, considering the sector's been around for a lot longer? You don't have to deal with people just not knowing that's an industry where they can make a career. So I'm just curious what those challenges are in Europe that you're seeing.
The positive thing is that I'll take my daughter as an example, because before I was training people not to get hurt in the oil and gas industry. Now I'm training people to not get hurt in the renewable energy. And then she said, that's a good change, Father. So to answer your question is, yeah, I think the youth are ready to take the step away from the fossil fuel. And that is also helping the industry to get the skilled young people into this one. So, but it is a struggle. And right now in Denmark, we're talking about flying people from Bulgaria to Denmark to get out offshore for 12 days and then fly them home again. It is just to show how desperate we are to get workforce. The whole North Sea is turbines everywhere, and it will only become, let's say, even better. So we have extremely ambitious goals in Europe as well, and so you're totally right. We will struggle for the next many years. But I just say we should start with in the kindergarten and talk about it, and then yes, it will be a fight for skilled people. So I don't have a solution for it except for, let's say, praising the industry and try to talk about it in a positive way.
Thank you.
Dana, and thank you for that comment, because that's one of the reasons why, as a task force, we're taking it upon ourselves prior to every meeting, visiting schools in the communities that we're holding our meetings in, to make sure that kids are aware of this industry and get them excited about the opportunities in it. Dana.
Mr. Møller, thank you for that presentation. I had a nice chance to visit with your colleague Alex during his time in the States, and you know, one thing that he pointed out is developing a training facility, you're going to serve a region. It's not sort of a one-to-one state basis. So I wanted to hear your take on sort of what is the geographic coverage for a training facility, and what opportunity do we have to position North Carolina to serve not just North Carolina, but the region growing on the East Coast and in the Southeast?
Yeah, I think it's very relevant that, let's say, we should of course not look very locally, but as an example, in the UK, Maersk Training have 4 training facilities delivering this. And of course, we have a lot of competitors. So I believe there's 11 or 12 facilities only in the UK with 60 million people, right? So I think there's room for a lot of training facilities on the East Coast. I don't think we will fly people to Massachusetts from North Carolina to train them. There will be room for 1, 2, 3, 4 in North Carolina, in my opinion. But still, of course, it is a matter of, like the Taiwanese partner we have, they say, okay, we want to be the best, we want to be international, because they want to conquer the market for both Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, and Taiwan. And of course, you could do the same. The positive thing here is that you have more or less the same language in the States. So it's, again, very easy quality, and believing in it. But the geographical, depending on where people are living, I don't think that we will see much transportation for doing this training. We'll not fly people over for several hours to do this training. We're doing it today because there's not enough training facilities. But in the future, I don't believe that it is not that safety training that will, let's say, justify a long transportation due to cost. So let's say 3, 4, 5 training facilities here in North Carolina. That will probably be it. But in Europe, for example, we have too much, right? That a lot of training facilities are struggling with the utilization, because it's just any corner is the training facility. So that is also too much. Then you can't keep the utilization up. And then I also believe that will make the quality less sufficient. Sorry for not putting mileage on the coverage.
Well, no, that's great. North Carolina is well positioned to be a great partner in this. Yeah. I know that Alex visited with North Carolina A&T. He also visited with Harvard Community College. Here at Fayetteville, great facilities, nice opportunities here, as well as other places across the state. So we're really excited about the potential for partnership with Maersk, and we hope that we see something come to fruition on that.
So do we.
Any other questions for Tony? And thank you for coming all this way to talk to us this morning. This was really good information, and I think we appreciate learning from you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we are just about right on time. I'm going to take a 10-minute break, so I would say mute your microphones, but you cannot. Just be mindful that your conversations will continue to be picked up if you're near them. Dave is the managing partner and CEO of Deere Strategies, helping clients successfully navigate issues at the nexus of renewable energy and national defense. Before founding Deere, Dave advocated for federal and state level energy and defense policy as a senior vice president of Cassidy & Associates, and earlier served as vice president for the federal business of Apex Clean Energy. Dave served as the first executive director of the Department of Defense Siting Clearinghouse, now the Military Aviation and Installation Assurance Siting Clearinghouse at the Pentagon. So one-stop shop for industry to work with federal, state, and local government agencies to ensure that utility-scale renewable energy and transmission projects are compatible with military operations and installations. Among his many accomplishments and accolades, Dave served as an Air Force colonel and F-16 pilot who earned 2 Bronze Stars during Operation Iraqi Freedom. And he served as a commander of Nellis Air Force Base. I'm very familiar with Nellis, being a 10-year resident of Las Vegas. All right, and by many measures, it's the largest fighter base in the country. Another interesting tidbit, Dave is a 5-time Jeopardy champion. How about that? Okay, also joining us, Steve Samples, Executive Director of Military Aviation and Installation Assurance Siting Clearinghouse Office. He's also the Assistant Secretary of Defense. Office of Assistance. I'm tongue-tied at the moment. Office of the Assistant Secretary of Defense. energy installations and environment. So you guys have a lot in common, having shared some of the same workspace. So I'm going to turn it over to Dave and Steve.
Thank you very much. And I know you got through that long name a couple of times. Congress stuck us with that name, right? So when we were established, they eventually changed it to that long version. So a lot of times you say it once and it's Clearinghouse from here on out. So the idea for today was to talk about how the military looks at energy compatibility. As you've probably seen, there's been a lot of articles in the paper. This happening in waves whenever these call areas come out around the country, where we see articles that say DOD blocked this and DOD stopped that. And I just want to say I don't think those are entirely fair. That suggests a finality to where we are with these things, right? This is the first tranche that BOEM's going out with for their call areas. That they overlay DOD's concerns and shipping and fishing, and environmental and habitat and view shed and all these things together to determine sort of the path of least resistance to get out the door with some good energy projects now. And we know that this is just the start. At a DOD in the Central Atlantic alone, we are conducting millions of dollars of studies right now to get a better understanding of the impacts that we're dealing with in the Central Atlantic and what we can do about them. So when you see those stories, just keep in mind that's a start, right? This is how BOEM's trying to get out quickly with the projects that have the least impact. And I can say from a DOD perspective, you know, the citizens of the U.S. and North Carolina have spent a lot of resources and a lot of thoughtful planning to put together how we do our testing, training, and operations around the country. So when we find a compatibility concern, it's not often something that we can just say, we can deal with it, right? There's very technical impacts on some of these things. So we're really working through how we can find the solutions that everybody wants, which is good domestic renewable energy development and military testing, training, and operations going forth successfully and safely around the U.S. So that's what we're working through. Anytime we're talking about this process, I feel like there's something missing here. This is BOEM's process. DOD does not, nobody applies to DOD for a permit, right? So anything that anybody says we block is shortcutting that BOEM is the one that makes these calls. So I'll talk a little bit about how they've been really good partners with us. We've identified concerns, and they have really worked with us, and we continue to work with BOEM on how to find these win-win areas. So just keep that in mind. And I'll talk a little bit about process here. I don't have too many words on these things, but I like maps. I want to show you a couple things to kind of acquaint you to how DOD looks at these things. So I'm going to just have a slide or two about what we've been doing on land for the last decade, because it kind of colors how we're working to lean on those processes for offshore for BOEM. So the Clearinghouse that I run is DOD's single point of contact for energy compatibility. We have oversight of the department's process so that developers and states and Congress and others don't have to go knock on 15 different doors at the Army, Navy, Air Force, NORAD, NORTHCOM, all that kind of stuff. The Clearinghouse is responsible for getting a clean, cohesive DOD position and helping to work through those things. That does not mean there's a gag order on the installations, right? They have their responsibility and duty to work with their neighbors and to work through the compatibility challenges that they have in their area. What we do is help when there's a challenge, right? When there's an official project that needs a DOD position and an installation says, hey, we've got a challenge here, we're not sure how we can work with our operations. We have a process to work them through, working with the developers, working with, in this case for offshore, BOEM, to figure out how we can get to a well-reasoned position at the end and take it where the science takes us and where our expertise can take us. So this is, when we talk about energy compatibility, I don't know if everybody knows exactly what we're talking about for DOD, so I just wanted to share this. These aren't all as relevant for offshore as they are for onshore, so just keep that in mind. The big challenge has always been radar and radar interference from wind turbines. If you have a surveillance radar, air traffic control radar, weather radar, airborne systems that you're testing in your aircraft, they're not going to get such degradation and interference from a couple of turbines 10 miles away But if you have thousands of turbines very close, you can have lost targets, you can have false targets for the radar. So the question is always, where's that line, right? How close can you be? And and how many can you have? It's not something that works really well for rule of thumb. We have to do the science. We have tools to assess what the impacts are to radar, and it's a weird mix of number of turbines, size of turbines, density, how close are they packed to each other, and how far are they from the radar. So all of those things together can affect the level of interference on the radar. Low-level flight obstruction is not anything new, right? We've been dealing with flight obstructions for buildings and cell towers and everything else for forever. But we tend to fly in areas that are remote and we put out in the desert in areas for a reason, and then somebody comes in and puts in proposes a whole lot of turbines. So we've got to figure out how we're going to chart those and deal with them if we can. Same for offshore for vessel obstruction, for surface and subsurface vessels. Lighting is less of an issue than it used to be. So at first we were worried that they would be too bright, right? So if we have pilots that are flying with night vision goggles, would they flood the goggles and blind the pilot? The FAA requires night vision goggle compatible lighting on wind turbines. So now we're less concerned about that. Then there's been a lot of a push lately for the turbines to be dimmed at night. So the aircraft detection lighting system is a short-range radar that lights the turbines all up when an aircraft gets nearby. So we're working with FAA to ensure that those short-range radar are going to work with the way DoD flies. If we're flying fast and low, are they going to light up in time? And so far the indications have all been that they will. But that's the study we're doing with the FAA right now. Foreign investment security is something that's very top of mind for offshore. What could be sensed or seen from the turbines or the systems that are used to maintain the cables and things for the turbines, and what foreign entities have control of that. ICBM impacts is a different issue about helicopter responses near an emergency in an ICBM. Not an issue for offshore, so I won't go into it here. And by the way, if anybody has any questions here, I've seen these slides, so I'm happy to divert to talk. David ever said we're being tied to the podium here is not our way. But I've got some slides, so I do want to show you just a couple things here. This is how the Clearinghouse through the FAA does about 6,000 energy projects. That's wind, solar, transmission, and utility every year that we review through the FAA. This is wind. It's interesting. There's not a real recognizable trend in that. This is the proposal for wind through the FAA. So this is onshore since the Clearinghouse came into effect through last year. If you can't see those numbers, they topped out around close to 800, and last year had 476 projects that we reviewed in the year. This is where they are across the country, so you can see the southeast. Until we go offshore or get taller turbines on land, wind has not been an issue in the southeast. I don't know if you can see those numbers, but Texas and Oklahoma and New York have really accounted for a giant portion of the turbines that we looked at across the country. Department of Energy tells us that about 700, we've got wind developers here, so they can fact check this for me or not, but they tell us once turbines are reliably at about 750 feet on land, then the southeast comes into play, and that will happen. This is our military airspace across the country. I won't go into this too long, just trying to give you a feel. This is the challenge we have. This is where we operate. This is the special use airspace across the country. There's wind strength, darker green, stronger the wind, so you can see why offshore is desirable. Putting the two together, that's our challenge. I'm going to zoom in a little bit on North Carolina and Central Atlantic here, and I do have some maps that I'll get to that speak to what we've been doing in Central Atlantic. This does not have radar, but this is one of the reasons why people always want like a nice, clean, red, yellow, green map, where to go for DoD, but there's too many considerations, like I said, with the assessments that are done case by case with radar, with airspace, and how we can avoid projects. So we have I'll mention later, we have a way that developers and states can come to us and ask about specific projects and get within about 45 days, a specific answer about the likelihood of impact to DoD on the project. So that, we think that's better than putting out a generic map that's frankly going to end up being a lot of yellow if you want to use that red, yellow, green construct. So I'll talk process for a second. The relatively young process for DoD to participate with Bureau of Ocean Energy Management's leasing process kind of works like this. BOEM comes to DoD very early on and says, this is the kind of area we're looking at. And it'll be pretty generic and show a large area. We've been doing this through California, Gulf of Maine, Central Atlantic, New York, New Jersey, Central Western Gulf of Mexico. So we've had a chance to try to tinker with this a few different ways, but we're pretty well set on. BOEM comes to us early, and others, and says, this is what we're thinking of making public. Are there any areas that are really problematic that we shouldn't proceed with at this time? So we get a chance to kind of look at it at that time. And then we get a little closer to the call areas, which for Central Atlantic, BOEM did right at the end of 22. And as you saw with those, they're sort of carve-outs, and they're mostly shipping lanes and things like that that they've gotten from other inputs to take some areas off the table. Then they get the public comment, and they pare it down more, which is where we just were for the Central Atlantic. And that's when it starts to get a little we can get a little more specific. I'm going to show you the maps that we used for the last time in just a second, but excuse me, I want to share one of the challenges we have is when we're doing an area that's the entire, from Delaware to Hatteras, like the Central Atlantic was, and they say, what are your impacts? We're saying, it's very tough for DoD to say, well, what do you need, right? Are you going to take that whole area? Are you going to take a couple pieces that are a tenth of it? So it's very tough to say, well, we can't operate if you build there, because we don't know if they want to build 25 square miles or 250 square miles in the area. They don't give us that information. So what we do is an identification of challenges, and this is where we've gotten into trouble recently, because that nuance is lost. When we identify challenges, the first thing you hear is DoD opposes, and that's not the case. Every map that we've done has identified challenges. In California, big red maps, and they ended up finding 400 square miles within the area that had been red at the time. Not learning the lesson, our map for Central Atlantic came out. Originally this was all red. I changed it to blue because I can learn. So there's no difference in the map, in the polygons, and in the words behind them about critical or severe impacts to DoD training and testing and operations. But what they are is an identification of the challenges that we would have to deal with if wind turbines were put forth in these areas, without respect to how, are you taking all of B or one little part of B? So when BOEM came back out last week, I think the 31st of July, with the public release of these new areas, we had found this whole area had issues for NASA, which is non-DoD obviously, but related, the missions that they have. So Navy and Air Force all had issues throughout B. But BOEM said, look, we really want to try to find something here. Can we take that little sliver that's a little darker purple now on the north western part of B? It's now called B1. Right, so we're looking back at it. The areas A and C, we had identified as the least impactful to DoD, largely because we're already avoiding them because of the projects that are approved contiguous to those. So that's what I'm saying about the iterations, right? We go back and look at the refined questions for a better refined answer. I'll also add, I have an Air Force map here for a second. I don't normally like to parse it. We like to do a DoD map, but the issues that we're dealing with in each of theirs are a bit different, so it makes sense here. But I can tell you for how DoD is looking at the Central Atlantic, when BOEM first came to us, and these areas didn't even have those are mostly shipping lanes that are between the polygons there. But when BOEM came to us and this was full, right, didn't have even those cut out, we knew putting wind turbines next to the largest naval base in the world would be a challenge. Right? I would be shocked if it wasn't, right? So we had identified to BOEM, we know this is going to take it. There's some work here. the telemetry, the flight termination systems, all the things that we have on land looking out to the operations that we have offshore, those are fixed systems that are in place right now. And, is that right?
Maybe a good thing.
That's right. But, I lost my train of thought. So
Fixed telemetry
I was
systems.
thinking about the systems that we put in there, but so we had known that that area there, especially around B, but also some of D, had very specific technical impacts for systems that DoD has. So we had very early on, as soon as we got this, we kicked off a couple $1 million worth of studies that we're doing right now on telemetry, on airborne systems, on shipborne radar, on what we do around there so that we can better understand the impacts. So we know if you're confined to a certain area, how far away do we need to be? So if we have to alter our operations, what's the buffer that might be needed? How would it affect? And frankly, are the impacts as great as we fear they might be? Right? We don't know. So we're conducting those studies right now because we know this conversation is not over. So we're working through that. The floating turbines, we had less of an impact, I think, with that, but we don't know a lot on that. So we've been talking with some of the floating companies to kind of get a better feel for what their development looks like so that we can have a stronger opinion on it. But those weren't taken off the table much because of us, as I mentioned earlier, the economics. Oops.
Steve, can I ask a question?
Yes,
Sorry, right in front of you. My name is Carly Lohan. I'm with the Southeastern Coalition. Can I ask a question about this Navy map before
Yes.
we move forward? I appreciate your explanation of the green and the pink areas, but can you maybe go into a little bit of detail about what priority 1, 2, and 3 mean? Because I like two phrases that you've used so far, and identification of challenges and compatibility challenges, I think are probably terms we should be using more than potential impacts or anticipated impacts. But can you just talk about priority 1, 2, and 3 and maybe what that means to the average NCTOWERS task force member?
Sure. And I will say, if you click on BOEM's site, we have a few pages explaining exactly what they mean in much more technical naval terms than I'm even equipped to use for this. But I think the shorthand here for priority on this is a priority 1 is one that is we expect an incompatibility and we don't have a solution right now, right? So if you were to put turbines in a priority 1 area, we have to move our operations. I think that's the shorthand for it, okay? And then as the impact diminishes and the potential solutions are available, that's when you start moving to the lighter priority 2 and 3. So there's just some things right now, especially if we're talking, carrier qualification and where the ships need to be for their training. If you're doing a large force exercise and this is where the carriers are going, they're not going to be going between turbines, right? So that would be a carve out. So we're saying that there's not a mitigation where the two coexist at the moment. Maybe there is in the future, but as of right now, that's an obstruction, and you kind of have to choose. So, those are the kind of areas that. Then once you come back, like they did here with B1, and they say, well, what if it was just this part of B? Can you still conduct your mission in the remaining part of B? And then we say, okay, if we do that, do we get the remaining part of B? Or do you come back next year and say, B2, B3, B4? Right, so that's why it's an ongoing conversation. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
And like I said, the full technical answer is we provided the BOEM, and it's on the site with this map. When I hit enter now, I'm getting, instead of moving to a new slide, I'm getting, nothing's happening. Oh, there we go. Now it worked. This was the Air Force map.
Nothing happened.
I can see it here. Can I get some? I'm looking at it here. Anyway, there's an Air Force map that shows the southern 2/3 of the B section is red, and then it quickly gets to yellow and green on the other stuff. Yeah, whenever I enter, that's what was coming up. Looks good to me. Thank you. Okay, so this was the Air Force map. More of the Air Force operations are, they have a little more flexibility. They're less likely to be tied to fixed infrastructure. But in that section B, there's a lot of live fire. So, that's an issue. And once again, this has priority 1 to 6, and the definitions are all there with this map on Bones Central website. This just to show, I mean, we've been a party to all of these discussions. We've been part of Bones' process. We've been working with them to find the areas of least resistance. We know that's going to get harder. You know, when we worked in places like California, you can push them north, 300 or 400 miles, and they're still in California. Recognized here for Central Atlantic, they were 4 states. So that adds a wrinkle of complexity to Bones' challenge. But we try to, people ask us this a lot, so I'll address it. People ask if, I can ask myself a question. Do we consider state goals in our response? And kind of no, because we're getting the military analysis, right? But the way that it is considered is we know that's a really high threshold, right? We don't say, hey, that's an area where we train, don't go there. That's just not the way. There's a very high threshold for these things. So they're considered in that way, and the fact that if we are going to ask BOEM to avoid an area, it gets signed off by for the Navy, the Chief of Naval Operations, the top admiral of the Navy, signs off on these things. We go through my boss, the Assistant Secretary of Defense. So there's a very high threshold, so they are considered in that way, but it doesn't change the analysis. It changes sort of the threshold, if that makes sense. So, all right. I just wanted to end with this one, end for slides here. But we have an informal review process that developers take advantage of. But states can do the same, cities can do the same. Anybody that's interested, if you want to come to DoD and say, if we were to develop in this area, would you have a concern? And we think this is one of the best ways to start a conversation, because developers come to us early, right? They can come and say, just give us 4 corners on a map and say, I'm looking to develop here, would you care? And that's why they still have flexibility, right? If the developer comes to us and they've got an exact weird-shaped polygon with 75 dots on it and tells me how tall they're going to be, like, ooh, they've already bought the land, they've probably bought the turbines, there's not going to be a lot of flexibility. So this process is our best way to get to people early so that we're not doing some kind of whack-a-mole on projects. We're working and we're dealing with flexible developers. We still have the ability to advocate for our missions, and that's the best way that we find sort of the win-wins for these. So anyway, that's my run-through on DoD's process. I can take questions. I can hand off to Dave. I've taken probably half the time, so why don't I hand off to Dave?
Will you put the map, the call areas map? Am I live?
This one, or the one from Central?
Just said that will work. Air Force, or blue is fine since we don't have a red, yellow, green. I'm Dave Belote, and it's definitely a pleasure to be here. Just a handful of things about me so you know the different places I'm coming from. I'm a Virginia Beach native and a Dare County property owner who desperately wants to see this area become the centerpiece of a mid-Atlantic wind industry. I am, as Mark kindly said, a retired F-16 pilot who got into this world completely by accident. Nobody could create my career path that led me to Nellis Air Force Base, negotiating the site of a concentrating solar power tower just outside Tonopah, which got me the notice of the Deputy Undersecretary of Defense, who after I retired twisted my arm and said, please come and do renewable energy siting policy for me. I told her no. There was no way I was going to a Pentagon cubicle after retiring from the Air Force. And 4 months later, when I still didn't have a job, my wife said, take the damn job and go to the Pentagon and get a paycheck again. So that, in a very short way, is how I got to this position. Steve at the time was working for the Air Force, and his then boss is my business partner in a unique role. Tongue-in-cheek, I say we translate Pentagonese for the wind and solar industry. he and I, and as well as Steve, were involved in publishing the federal rule that the entire industry uses to get to the answers. We figured out we needed this process, and an Air Force or DoD lawyer said, "Hey, have you ever heard of the Administrative Procedures Act?" I said, "No, but something tells me I'm about to." Yeah, if you are going to create an office inside the Pentagon that deals with private sector businesses, you got to tell them how to do it, so write a federal rule. So Title 32 Code of Federal Regulations, Part 211, is what governs the whole process, and everything that Steve has talked about is captured in federal law, Title 10 United States Code, Section 183 Alpha. So I translate for the private sector side, and let me emphasize, I do not speak for Steve, I don't speak for DoD. I try to help wind companies get through this. I represent Duke for dealing with the Pentagon when it comes to Carolina Long Bay. I have a client who will remain nameless at this point, who is trying to compete in the central Atlantic call areas. And until December the 31st, I represented the American Clean Power Association that was on retainer. And so I drafted 3 different versions of industry's comments back to BOEM when these areas were first published. And in the very first one, I told the truth. This is exactly what we need to talk about. This is exactly what we need DoD to analyze. Please, let's dig deep here. And the industry didn't want to go that far and say, well, hey, DoD, this is what's happening. So I wrote a second version that pulled it back a little bit and talked in broad brushstrokes about some of the areas that Steve spoke on and some of the issues. And Josh Kaplowitz, the vice president for Offshore Wind for ACP, was the guy I was reporting directly to in all of this. And herding the industry members in the consortium is like herding cats. And he says, no, we can't go there. So ultimately, what I written got boiled down to, we implore DoD and BOEM to talk and find a way to find us some wind turbines in the Central Atlantic. So that's what it came from the industry side. The stuff that I was telling, and again, I do now have a clearance back. I didn't have a security clearance for about 12 years, and I've got one client who is so into solving the NORAD radar issues that they paid for me to get a secret clearance back. So I don't know if that'll ever come, benefit for us. But everything that I say has no knowledge of any inside the Pentagon discussions. It is without a clearance. It is me and my business partner and our knowledge of what went on, or knowledge of how the Pentagon bureaucracy interacts with all of the other federal agencies that I put this. And also the fact that we essentially designed the Morro Bay 399, the California stuff. And for you to understand how much politics plays and give y'all an answer of how we might reopen some of this for the further discussion that Steve's talking about. A guy named Tony Parisi, who has retired to Duck right now and used to be the Director of Sustainability at Navy Point Magoo in Navy China Lake. We sat down with a handful of folks in California and a woman named Alla Weinstein, who was the president and CEO of Castle Wind and Trident Wind, to try to find floating offshore wind in California. And because Tony had recently retired, knew the stuff backwards and forwards, he and I had worked together dating back to when I was the commander at Nellis in 2008, 2009, and we were trying then to figure out this military compatibility of wind turbines and solar power towers. He worked with Navy Region Southwest, with Vandenberg, with the Clearinghouse, one of Steve's predecessors, and we had an area about 400 square miles that all of the worker bees said, yes, we could live with that. That was in late 2016, early 2017. The administration changed to an administration with a completely different view of offshore wind and renewables in general. And we're told it started with a Navy captain in San Diego. He convinced his 3-star boss who talked to Assistant Secretary of the Navy Phyllis Baer in the Trump administration, and she put out a position that opposed all wind development in that area. So for essentially 4 years, we fought a delaying action to make sure that that didn't become law. All of a sudden, Joe Biden gets elected, and I, working for ACP, was invited to brief Amanda Lefton, then the developer or the director of BOEM, and say, this is what we had on the table in 2017 when the administration changed. Lo and behold, 2 months after that briefing, the Morro Bay 399 came out, and with the exception of a couple of aliquots that moved from the west side to the east side, it was precisely what Tonny had designed and gotten through the worker bees in the military structure 4 years before. So the other side of this is that there is a significant political pressure. And if the politicians ask the questions the right way, then Steve has the leeway to do some more of the careful study and see if there's a place to get to yes, rather than just being asked a question that he responds, hey, we've got significant issues, we would have to move some of our operations if we did this. Because sometimes it might be good for the United States of America to move some operations a few miles in one direction, because on balance for the world, for the country, getting that balance of military readiness and energy independence, energy security is valid. And I hope Steve even privately would agree with this. I think the reason I've been successful in the private sector is I and my business partner, Ed Shubin, to the core of our souls, we believe in the best trained, most capable American military you can possibly have, and in a clean energy future for our kids and our grandkids. And so that means you have to make some really tough, weighty, what's the right balance? And if you don't ask the question the right way, then you're going to get a red map, because the easiest thing for a military bureaucrat, civilian or in uniform, to do is to say no. Get the problem off. And the hardest thing for a political appointee, a Senate-confirmed political appointee, is to push back against the generals and the admirals. Because, especially if you're a Democratic political appointee, like we've got now, and say, hey, I need you to work a little bit harder to find a way to get to yes. I got to have about a 60-second elevator conversation with Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Meredith Berger, a year ago last month at an Association of Defense Communities event. And I told her, ma'am, your most difficult professional problem may be to find the right balance between wind and operations off the Virginia and North Carolina coast. She said very graciously, you may be right. That was the extent of the conversation. But the only way we are going to get this solved is if someone at the White House puts his or her thumb on the scale and says, guys, find a close look, ask the question the right way, not, what are the problems, but ask the question, if you were to do this right here, how would you recover, what would the costs be, etc. The one concrete example I can give is the SunZia 500 kV high voltage DC line to get wind power from eastern New Mexico out to Phoenix and Las Vegas. We started dealing with that in 2010 when I was in the Clearinghouse, because the route had to go right by White Sands Missile Range. Inside the Pentagon, there was a disagreement. My boss, the Deputy Undersecretary of Defense, said, let's do it, we can find a way. Her counterpart in the Army, the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Energy Installations and Environment, sided with the generals and said, no, let's avoid that. Valerie Jarrett, I am told, I was not in the room where it happened, a little Hamilton shout out, but Valerie Jarrett was the one who said, get this done, and we ended up with a record of decision, which has since been rewritten, and only like a couple of months ago, they said, okay, we're going to build this transmission line. So 11 years into it, but that is what has to happen if we're going to have this question. Now, what you guys care about is D. Again, this is not coordinated with him, and he can, in public or privately, say, you got this part wrong. Most of what goes on D is carrier operations. And, you know, I live 3 miles off the north end of the Oceana runway, so having turned petroleum into jet noise, you know, for 25 years, it's returned to me from time to time. But it is really important that the Navy be able to operate carriers pretty closely to the Virginia Beach shoreline, because that's where young men and women go figure out how to take off and land on carriers. And if something goes wrong, they got to be close enough to Oceana or to Fentress or to Elizabeth City to take the airplane back, recover it safely. And right now, without D, they've got, you know, big east to west racetrack patterns they can do. And I got to fly this in the simulator at Oceana because I know one of the previous commanders at Oceana. But it's very important. However, yes, they would have to move, priority one, they would have to move some important operations to get something into D. But unless we ask the question the right way, we can't know what would that cost if we were to move them 20 miles farther to the east or to the southeast. How much is the additional fuel cost for aircraft? How much is the additional fuel cost for the carriers? Would you lose any particular sortie capability because of weather? What is the quantification of additional risk to that young pilot who might have a little bit of a hard time, you know, if you were 10 miles farther away from Oceana or Fentress? That's where we have to be if we want to get, find, is there a place to get to yes off North Carolina and to add into D? But as you can tell from what I've said, there is a lot of analysis, a lot of case-by-case, very focused analysis that has to be done. And as long as you let the incredibly patriotic, smart, focused, and terribly overworked and under-resourced bureaucrats in the Pentagon and DOI, unless you phrase the question the right way and give them the resources to answer it, we won't get there. So let me stop there. Anything that I missed that's important on the questions that we have to ask if we're going to do more in the Atlantic?
Well, I mean, you offer an educated, experienced perspective on a lot of those back and forth, so I'm not going to weigh in on that stuff. That's not for me to co-sign. But the part that I think you're getting to here about the reduced areas, or when we're looking at all of D, is it a different answer for if there was a piece of D or something like that? So, that's a conversation that we have to have with BOEM, right? Because it's not really, you've got two stakeholders negotiating with each other on what could work, but it's BOEM's call, right? So it's not really, we don't have anything to give each other right there, other than, we can have a conversation to figure out each other's perspectives better, so that we can advocate for them together in front of BOEM. So, is that what you're asking right there?
Pretty much. And it's 100% true. DOD has no decision authority on the Outer Continental Shelf. DOD on land, it's the FAA. DOD is a cooperating agency that provides advice and a position to the decision maker. It is also true that DOD is the 800-pound gorilla inside official DC. I suspect there never has been and may never be a Secretary of Interior or Secretary of Transportation that looks across the Potomac and says, Mr. or Miss Secretary of Defense, we've heard you, but we're going to overrule you. No, it requires a heck of a lot more careful back and forth. And again, that is, in my mind, giving resources and asking the right questions.
Yeah, thanks. I'd add, there's some things that we can do right now. We mentioned like priority one areas. After Carly was talking about that, with when there's not a solution. So let me just tell you a couple of the solutions that we have been able to employ in areas where we find a conflict. So curtailment is when they don't lock up the blades, they essentially slow them down to a point where they're spinning less than one rotation a minute, so it stops the electromagnetic impact. So that's good for launch events or emergencies. We sign agreements with developers that set what the limits on how much curtailment we would need, how much notice they get, and under what circumstances we would ask for that. So the developers can look at that almost like weather, right? Like they know an area, how much they're going to have to curtail the blades because of tropical storms or hurricanes. This is sort of the same sort of analysis that they work through. So we've done curtailment agreements. We've done where I mentioned that there's concerns about what could be seen or sensed from a national defense perspective from these facilities. There's developers that have signed agreements with us that allow us to vet any vendors or other folks that would have access to the site or to the data. So we've worked through that. We've come up with a solution for surveillance radar that NORAD uses that costs about $80,000 that developers, right when they're about to construct, they pay for that software optimization and then things go forth. These, given that like the New York, New Jersey leases alone were $4.5 billion, if you can get the Pentagon to go away for $80,000, I think you do that pretty quickly. So developers have been pleased enough to do that. So we're still working through that, but when we come up with a problem that says, well, we might have to move our land-based telemetry systems in order to overcome the impacts from the radar, those types of bills start in the hundreds of millions of dollars. So that's why we do these studies, right? So we're saying we've got a concern, it's an expensive solution that we would have. Is it going to work? Do we need to do it? So that's why we kick off these studies, because those things are a little bit tougher to say. Yeah, we could do it, but it's going to cost us $500 million. I'm just making it up. But that's the magnitude of some of those problems. So that's why we study them, to find out when we get to those down the road, do we have a solution, or as much of a problem as we fear. So, any questions?
Yeah. Let me add one quick thing to that so y'all understand. When he talks about developers being able to pay $80,000, that is a critical factor or a feature of Title 10 United States Code, Section 183 Alpha. For energy projects, a developer may offer a voluntary contribution for mitigation. It is not the standard. It's, we work it very carefully from both sides to make sure it's not a quid pro quo. But they say, okay, we are going to impact this particular radar, and so let us offer money, because the physicists and radar engineers understand what's happening in the radar processor, and they know how to fix it. So we write that check. I would say that while moving all of Wallops Island and its incredible suite of test stuff would probably be in the hundreds of billions of dollars, some of these telemetry pieces, data links, could potentially be put on an offshore wind substation. And so my business partner and I are shopping ideas around that could allow that type of development. Stick a data link, put some appropriate security. There are some serious things that we would have to figure out. But that is something that the wind industry has that many folks dealing with the government don't. If you come with a wind project, you can say, hey, how about if I paid for this particular mitigation? And DOD has the authority to accept it. Sir.
Okay, I got about 3 points. One is that I think we have found a way here to put the cart in front of the horse. What started this development of energy and the locations was where the wind is. We just didn't pick these spots because it was just a nice place to establish turbines. It was where the wind. When we said that we were going to go to clean energy, and the government, not just DOD, but the government said that we were going to do this, we also involved the states where the best wind was to provide MOU to move that. So it's not a matter of if, it's wind, and how we're going to mitigate the things that currently exist. Now, if you would talk to Southcom as part that I've worked with at the Joint Staff, their mitigations, their problems with drug trafficking and that. If you talk to Northcom, who's responsible for the security of and where these bases and stations are located and the training to get them there, we have to find a mitigating way, because we're going to do this. This is what the problem is. So when we add in the politics of this, we put the base commanders at risk here, because they are the one accepting that we can't do this because of training, but their boss has already signed an agreement that we're going to do this. So that's where I really get concerned that when we've told the folks, especially the private industry, that we're going to build these turbines, and then we said that DOD, and usually it's the base commander, whether we're talking about the aviation community or the shipping community, then it's a way of what we are asking all of innovation and everything to find a way. The argument that we put forth out of Southcom when they were saying that they couldn't be there is because they were talking about line of sight. You know, we've been doing omni recognition long before we did direct sight. So I'm just concerned that I don't want to leave this task force with the thoughts that, you know, because of the concerns that we have in DNC, that we are not going to find a solution, because that's what the direction has been. Find a solution, because we've got to do both. And so is it a delay? Yes, but it's just not. No, it's just not a solution.
Sure.
Sorry, that was a little loud. Thank you, Dave and Steve. I think you've done a really great job of explaining the many layers of this process. And I have a couple comments and maybe a question for you, Dave. We'll see. But I think that when Boeing put out that press release last week, everybody was just very confused. It was very vague, and it was kind of up in the air about whether those 3 RIAs were it, if there was going to be more, if there wasn't, how, you know, and what the military compatibility concerns were. And this is my understanding of it, and I think I kind of want to like verify with you both that my thought process is right. But I think that it's safe to say that areas A, B, and C, north of North Carolina, had a bit of a priority in all kinds of conversations around that via identification. Virginia has a DCEA, and Maryland has just codified 8.5 gigawatt goal of offshore wind by 2030. And that's where North Carolina is in a little bit of a different situation. We don't necessarily have that like off-take process solidified like some other states do. With that being said, I think it's, again, this is just kind of like conversations I've had with various people, with Boeing, with other people involved in the industry, but it seems like that maybe for the case for Area D was not that the conversations with the DoD didn't happen, and you know, red label was slapped on that area and it was a no, but more robust conversations have to happen moving forward. And there's an opportunity for those to happen, and I think that while a lot of folks in North Carolina were very frustrated with Area D not being included in that BOEM Central Atlantic via last week, I think that there's also a balance that we need to pay attention to of, you know, while yes, North Carolina needs to some degree be a squeaky wheel and make noise, that we still want to see offshore wind, and that this is something we're committed to doing, whether or not we have codified goals or, you know, different legislation in other states. I think it also has to be balanced with going into it with the idea of compatibility and cooperation and partnership in that process, and just making sure that the door is open for future conversations. I don't want anybody to leave this meeting or leave, you know, reading a BOEM press release or a news article saying like the military is the reason that D didn't happen and that's the end of the story. I think that if there's anything I want everybody to take home today, it's that there is opportunity for collaboration and for conversation, and I think it's a matter of North Carolina finding the right ways to make that happen, and like Dave said, asking the right questions in the right way, because there are so many layers to this conversation, and it's not easy to the way that the Bowen process works, they start with that giant call area. They look for commercial interest and they narrow down and they start with the big stakeholders like DOD and Coast Guard, and then they kind of work their way down and find those little lease areas that are in yes areas or no areas. So, while sometimes it feels like the process is backwards, that is the process that we have and the process we have to work with. Something else that I wanted to say, just to flag for everybody, the Gulf of Mexico has kind of navigated, not necessarily military issues, but different phases of leasing in an interesting way. Basically what they've done is they've started with large call areas like what we have in the Central Atlantic, and then they've said, okay, even though we have these final WEAs, wind energy areas for this round, we're still going to conduct an environmental assessment for the entire area, so that if there is something, an additional WEA that comes up later on, that environmental assessment is already done. So I think that's something that North Carolina can also think about for the development process moving forward for this NOI for the environmental assessment. And then the last point that I wanted to make was along the lines of, and I lost my train of thought, Mark distracted me. Yeah, but anyway, so I kind of want to like get your thought process on how we move forward and how we ask questions in the right way and the many layers of that process, and that's something I want everybody to think about. I wanted to talk about the goal thing, and there was definitely one other thing, but it'll come to my mind. Thanks, Mark.
I don't think, and this plays off of something Steve said during his remarks, I don't think the state goal really comes into it.
Mm-hmm.
It is having politicals of both parties getting people back to the table, and again, giving the overworked, understaffed, under-resourced teams in DOD and DOI the stuff they need to answer these questions. Bureaucrats can use DOD as an excuse. In my experience, it has been frequently with the FAA and also with BLM, the land-based counterpart to Bowen. If DOD says, we got an issue, they say, good, I don't have to deal with it, and they blame DOD. And as Steve very eloquently said, it is inaccurate to just say DOD blocked. DOD probably said, we've got issues, and some bureaucrat somewhere said, hot dog, I don't have to deal with it anymore, let's blame the 800-pound gorilla. So just keeping all the players involved. I understand that members of industry and ACP are going to go back to the White House and say, what else can we start to look at right now? Part of the work that I had done with ACP suggested to really get the industry started, Hampton Roads, Wilmington, Baltimore, we need a pipeline of 10 to 12 gigawatts. And they said we need about 1 million acres. We got roughly 350, I think 365,000 in what just came out. So I will simply trust that analysis and say, all right, we got about 35% of what the experts say we need to really have a Central Atlantic industry. So that means, if the market is going to lead, we've got to find a way to get more. And so just going back and asking those questions.
And we're here working through these things, and that's why we're part of the conversation for this. Now, and there was some question about the state goals going into it. I just want to clarify, that was a discussion on the military impact statement. Right? We don't change, they all come together, so I'm sure the state, Bowen has to answer for how they overlay everybody's equities and do that. I would be shocked if state goals weren't part of that. But that doesn't change the military answers, since we each have to advocate for our part. But we have to understand each other's positions so that we can try to find those solutions. Because when we're working through some of these things with energy developers, I don't know what's always possible, right? The old way is, we do this on land, and we tell the developer move 10 miles to the west, and they say, well, I don't own that land. And they tell us to go fly 10 miles to the east, and we say, well, we don't have military airspace there, so let's try something else. So we're working through it, so trying to figure out each other's perspectives so we can, when we identify the challenges, we can hopefully have a solution with it.
Additional questions or comments for Dave and Steve?
Thanks for inviting us.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much. We will be resuming in just a few moments. We are having challenge getting set up with our camera. So in the meantime, I hope everyone enjoyed lunch. We want to thank Chef Judy, who happens to be a Food Network celebrity chef. She won Supermarket Stakeout and was also a contestant on Shop. Happens to be a very celebrate Black Business Month this month. And we'd like to thank Fayetteville State University for sponsoring that, as well as we've had local sponsors, Ms. Maria Adams, Ms. Roxy Adams, who are both Fayetteville State graduates, as well as Dr. Roxy Wells. Okay, thank you so much. Wanted to make sure that we capture you on camera, not just your So welcome, we have a pretty big panel for us here, which is great. So I'm not going to read everybody's bio, but I will ask that our listeners and our task force will refer to our website where everyone's information is on site. But I will do an introduction to everyone quickly. Our moderator is Andrea Allen. She's the Director of Transition Services at the North Carolina Division of Military and Veterans Affairs. We have panelist Pendy Eldridge. Pendy is Transition Tech Recruiter at Fayetteville Technical Community College. Trementress Fairley, and please forgive me if I mispronounce anyone's name, forgive me. Veterans Career Employment Services Consultant for it's a division of North Carolina Department of Commerce Workforce Solutions. Scott McCosh. Scott is the Senior Director of Military and Veterans Programs at Fayetteville Technical Community College. Bill McMillian. Bill is with the U.S. Army, and I'm sorry, Bill, I don't know.
I'm the Transition Services Manager for Fort Liberty.
Fort Liberty, formerly known as Fort Braggs, for those who don't know. All right, thank you, Bill. Robin Newman, Assistant Director of Military and Veterans Programs at Fayetteville Technical Community College, and Patrick Stevenson, who is Fayetteville State University. Again, please read everyone's full bios on the materials you have it on our website. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Andrea. Again, our topic is programs and resources to transition servicemen for offshore wind workforce opportunities.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Turn it on.
And you may have to hold it close and speak right into the microphone.
Check one.
So I need to hold it close?
The microphone is your
Apparently.
friend. Hold it close.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, I am Andrea Allen, and I am the Director of Transition Services at the North Carolina Department of Military and Veteran Affairs. According to the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, their Office of Transition and Economic Development, 250,000 individuals transition out of the military every year. In North Carolina alone, over 20,000 transition out of the military. So as we're here and I'm on the Workforce Development Subcommittee, and we are all talking about workforce issues, transitioning service members needs to be a big part of the conversation. Jennifer and I had a good talk about this, and we realized, wow, we need to let you guys know, if you haven't been thinking about it, and not everybody does, the importance of transitioning service members and the valuable contribution they can make in this new industry. So what I want to do right now is I want each of our panelists to, again, just kind of introduce themselves and just give us a little idea of a broad picture of the work they do, and then we'll delve into the details.
Well, I guess I get to be first. As indicated earlier, my name is Bill McMillan. I'm the Transition Services Manager for Port Liberty. I went on active duty 53 years ago, and I retired in 1990. Been working on Port Liberty, Fort Bragg since 1991 with the transition program. As of today, right now, eligible service members that could transition from Port Liberty is 10,219. That number changes almost on a daily basis. Now, those are the persons who could be getting out because of time for them to re-enlist within the next few months. And some of them will re-enlist, some of them will not. Last year, we averaged between 7,000 and 8,000 individuals that actually came to our program. Now, that does not include spouses. So if you add spouses to that number, if you add those who might be getting out not as a planned exit or transition, it could be some that were injured, and it could be some that were involuntarily separated, but still would be very marketable on the outside. It just means that the military didn't work out for them, but that doesn't mean that they could not be valuable employees on the outside. So there are a number of individuals that are available that's leaving the military at Fort Liberty that could be working with employers here in North Carolina. And we'll talk certainly more about, since we talk about wind towers, we have a program that train individuals to work on wind towers right there on Fort Liberty. Now, right now, we're sending them down to what used to be Fort Benning, now it's called Fort Moore. But we've sent over 170 some service members down to Fort Moore to be trained to work on wind towers. And we also have permission from the Historical Society here in North Carolina that we're going to actually erect a 24-foot tower on Fort Liberty to provide the training for these individuals to work on wind towers. And we've already had at least 15 to 17 individuals that have completed our program that is now working for one of the 10 companies that's involved in the wind towers here in North Carolina.
Thanks, Bill. I'm Scott McCosh, Senior Director of Military and Veteran Programs here at Fayetteville Technical Community College. I'm elated to have you all on one of our campuses today. It's our goal to get all 10,000 of those transitioning folks from Fort Liberty, we'll share maybe 1,000 with FSU, into one of our programs to educate those folks and make them ready for the workforce. So at Fayetteville Tech, we're part of the 58 strong community colleges across North Carolina that are involved intricately every day in workforce development. And I'm going to let Pendy and Robin tell a little bit more about those specific programs, but what we're excited, and you heard our president share today, as we build our infrastructure on our campuses, we're able to offer some new training programs. And so as our rep from Maersk shared earlier, video with an underwater training apparatus. We're about to open our Swiftwater Rescue Training Center on this campus here within the next 60 days. We'll do the ribbon cutting on that. We've got a new fire training actual lab that we're going to be opening on this campus as well. That's going to talk about chemical fires. Again, skills that relate to offshore wind, most definitely. So excited to be involved in the conversation.
Good afternoon. I am Demetrius Fairley. I am a Veterans Employment Consultant with NCTOWERS. I am located on Fort Lee as well, and my job is basically to ensure that transitioning service members, veterans, and eligible spouses are job ready, and that looks different for everyone. So it may be resume assistance, interview prep, dress and appearance, or they may have other barriers that they need to address. So we'll address those barriers and then focus on their employment needs as well.
Good afternoon, my name is Pindy Eldridge, and I'm the Transition Tech Recruiter for Fayetteville Technical Community College. I have 27 years of higher education experience, with the last 7 being working with our transitioning military and veterans. We provide 11 different programs that transitioning service members and veterans can enroll to earn industry or industry certifications or credentials to assist them in seeking employment once they exit the military. Currently, since we began in 2014, we've served over 4,500 transitioning service members and veterans.
My name is Robin Newman. Robin Newman. I'm the Assistant Director for Military and Veteran Programs. I run the day-to-day operations in the All-American Veterans Center at our main campus. So I work with transitioning military veterans and their dependents to use their GI Bill benefits, dependents education assistance, tuition assistance to attend FTCC in one of our curriculum programs. A lot of the curriculum programs that we have are directly related to engineering, cybersecurity, all things that transitioning military members can use towards wind power.
So going last after all the shyness. My name is Patrick Stevenson. I'm the Assistant Director of Admissions at Fayetteville State University, and my job is simply to help our military members understand their options. Even if that's not necessarily for them, it can be for their family members. So all of our military connected students, knowing how to use your benefits, knowing how to apply your benefits, and then going and using those, whether that's in the field of STEM, whether that's in the field of cybersecurity, whether that's in another related field, trying to use those transferable skills you learn in the military in the job market or in the civilian world.
Thank you, panel. As you guys can see, we have a wonderful panel here that touch the education piece as well as the employment piece for our transitioning military members. Now, DMVA partners with every one of these agencies and these educational institutions. A big part of the work that we do at DMVA is connecting our transitioning service members and their veterans and their families to federal programs and benefits, state programs and agencies and things that can serve them, and local and nonprofits. So DMVA, Transition Services, we're the connector. We're the connecting piece. So thanks to Secretary Gaskin being so passionate and understanding the tremendous amount of transitioning service members and there being a gap there at the state level, we really jumped in under his leadership to grab this transition space and see how we can work it. And now, understanding the magnitude of how many people we're talking about, this in the wonderful field of wind energy, we really need to step into this. And when you think about the fact that 40% of service members leaving go out after their first enlistment, we're talking about a lot of really young individuals in their early 20s. And these are people who don't mind being 100 feet in the air. Okay, a lot of them are willing to do that. They're still, ready to go and do something. Maybe they don't want to go to school. That was me. I didn't want to go back to college, so I went in the military. When I got out, I didn't want to do that. So I wanted to get out there and do something with my life. So there's a lot of room here for that, and this is where wind energy in all of its many, many fields can really step in for these transitioning members. So I would like to now have each of you describe in a little more in depth, okay, about the various trainings and programs that you have as they relate to clean energy. We're not just talking about being on a wind turbine, okay, and manufacturing, but we're also looking at fields like we're going to need accountants, We're gonna need project managers. We're gonna need attorneys, okay? So I'd like you each to kind of describe a little more in depth of your programs. And I know, Bill, I'd love you to talk about the Career Skills Program.
Career Skills Program was one of 3 programs that were set up by the Department of Defense in 2014. In January 2014, the Department of Defense realized that rather than paying later was having to pay back money that was paid out by unemployment insurance, I'll talk about that. They decided to set up a program that service members, this is all branches, they could participate either in career skills, in some branches call it skill bridge, internships, or apprenticeships programs. This was to be done in the last 6 months while on active duty. Ideally, though, that's really maybe like the last 3 or 4 months. Most commanders do not want to release their people for 6 months. So we've actually cut it down to about 4 months. While they're going through training or internships, they're still actually being paid by the military. So it doesn't cost the company any money as far as paying a salary. They get to, if they're going through training under the Career Skills Program, in many cases they're either being trained by a community college or they're actually being trained by the employer to do the job that they're going to do on the outside. So within our program at Fort Liberty, we have about 21 companies that are actually providing training either on Fort Liberty or somewhere off of the installation. Once they finish the training, they clear from the installation and they go straight to work. The company doesn't have to question, well, what does this person know? Because they just finished training them. They don't have to really question, they tell me that this person is going to show up on time, this person is going to have this particular characteristic, this is the reason why we should hire them. They're going to see for themselves. In other words, they get to try before they buy. And they get a chance to observe them over that time period, and it works out very well. It's almost like an engagement period before marriage. Either way, once they finish the training, they clear the installation, they go to work. Internships. At Fort Liberty, we have over 220 companies that are involved in internships, where the individual will go out. They haven't actually applied for a job yet, but they go to that company because that company has a career or careers that they're interested in, career fields. While in that company for the 2 or 3 months, they get a chance to sort of look around and see the various jobs that are available. The company representatives get to see them, meet them. They get to meet the representatives at the company. They get to see the different types of jobs that are available. And then they apply for the jobs while they're there. Some companies, I'll just use one of them as an example. About 35 miles north of Fort Liberty is a place called Sanford. They have a company up there called Pfizer. We've sent individuals up to Pfizer. They work 2 or 3 months as an intern, and then they start out making $90,000 a year. So there are many companies out there that have a need for individuals, and we say, give them a chance, come out and see what it's about. I talked with one of the commissioners that's from Hope Mills yesterday. They're looking at setting an internship program up for some of their positions there at Hope Mills. We can send some individuals out, we'll let them work there a couple of months, and if they like what they see, Hope Mills like what they see, then why not look at possibilities of them going to work there? We're looking for ways to keep individuals in North Carolina. We have on average of 7,000 to 8,000 individuals a year clearing Fort Liberty, going out across the country. Some people say they're going back home. I'll be honest with you, they're going where the jobs are. We have to make sure that here in North Carolina, we let the service members on Fort Liberty, as well as Pope, because there's still a lot of airmen on Pope. They need to know what's out here. They're working early Monday morning to late Friday afternoon, doing their military job. On the weekends, many companies are closed down, so they don't get to see what you all do. They don't know you're out there. They don't, and unless you come on the installation and talk to them, they don't know you're there. We started going out, just as members, as staff members, to various communities last year, just to, for ourselves, learn what's out there so we can bring that information back to the service members. We do table days almost every day right outside of the classrooms. And when they go on break, the service members come out, they get a chance to talk to the representatives from the employers that are outside the classroom area. Usually from 9 to 12, almost every day. And it's an opportunity for you to market what you have available if you're an employer to these individuals. And as far as the wind towers are concerned, we have a program called Airstreams. It's been approved to provide the training on Fort Liberty. We have the building that's been identified, and they've approved already for us to, as I said earlier, to erect a 24-foot tower to train the individuals on. It is not the big tower with the big blades on it. I sometimes tell the instructor, instead of having the big tower that's going to go whop, 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 whop in the wind, it'll only do a whop because it's only going to have one blade or no blades at all. But they'll get a chance to climb up and do the things they would normally do. And yes, it's for the young soldiers, because for us old soldiers, our needs does not allow us to do a lot of climbing. And some of these towers are actually 300 up to 500 feet high. So it's not something necessarily for the young folks. But we've got a lot of programs that we're here to help train these individuals that have been so dedicated and sacrificed so much for this country. Now that they're looking at a new career, it's time that we step forward and provide some service to them to help them connect back and not go on the outside and be unemployed. And I just want to mention that one thing, and then I'm going to move on to the next person. What a lot of people did not realize, and I say this a lot when I go out and talk with various organizations, when a service member separates from the military, now not the retirees, but the ones who regularly do what we call ETS in the term of service, they're able to draw unemployment insurance. Even if they're going to college, they're drawing unemployment insurance. In 2011, the Army alone paid out $515 million in unemployment insurance. Because when the state pays unemployment insurance, they turn around and send a bill to the Department of Army or the Department of the Marine Corps or for the Air Force or for the Navy. They send the bill, pay us back for the money we paid to your service member. This past year, for the first quarter, the Army only paid $14 million. It's been because of the programs that we're putting in place to help these service members before they leave, so they will have a job when they leave. There's no reason for a person to separate from the military nowadays and not have a job lined up. Or if they're going to school, have a school already identified and possibly already accepted. So join us, help these persons who've given so much for their country. They need our help for their next career.
Awesome. Well, I am one of those soldiers that didn't live in North Carolina until the Army brought me here. And I ETS'd in 2011 from active duty and started my career in the Pennsylvania Army National Guard. Spent about 8 years on active duty, and I've been in the reserves ever since, where I continue to serve, now as a resident of North Carolina, and had the joy of working at Fayetteville Tech as part of being a state employee now. So I'm one of those statistics that Bill talks about, being able to plant yourself somewhere, utilize the skills that you have gained in the military, and move forward. Fayetteville Tech has nearly 200 curriculum programs. I'm going to let Robin speak to some of those, that skilled trades and other areas that absolutely fall right in line with what you all are looking at when we talk about clean energy and wind here in North Carolina. Pendy will talk about her program's short-term certifications to get people ready and educated. I want to share a little bit about an effort that I've been a part of called the Carolina Cyber Network. The National Cyber Defense Plan just came out, was published, I believe, last week. Page 16 in there, it lists partnerships, public-private partnerships that are working in cyber defense. And the Carolina Cyber Network is the first one listed. They don't do that alphabetically. They talk about, hey, the impact we're making. We have 3 HBCUs here in North Carolina that are partnering with us. Fayetteville State, North Carolina A&T, Elizabeth City State, and we also have a small private college out at Montreat, as well as 14 community colleges, and we're about to pick up UNCW. Why do I say that? Because I've heard AI mentioned today. When we do the wop, wop, wop and produce electricity, it's got to go on a grid that needs to be protected. And so cyber defense is absolutely critical, and we are partnering at Fayetteville Tech in some really broad and innovative ways with U.S. Cybercom, with partners throughout the state and the nation. We're a NSA, Center for Academic Excellence, when we talk about cyber education. And so I hope that as you talk and think about workforce development, as was mentioned earlier, we think about things in a really broad spectrum and realize that while indeed we have welding at Fayetteville Tech, we also have cyber education, and it's exciting to have the breadth of those programs and to offer them here locally for our folks, and in particular our transitioning military. I want to give one last plug for the reserve component, because Bill talks about those folks transitioning out of the active duty, but the North Carolina National Guard is a great resource to partner, and they do all kinds of innovative things here across the state that connect with what we're talking about in clean energy. And the U.S. Army Reserve Command, national headquarters, is right here at Fort Liberty as well. You all, I hope, are working next to citizen soldiers and citizen military personnel that are in those reserve components, and tap into their skills and offer them opportunities to take the next step in their civilian employment. Thanks.
So for NCTOWERS, what we have is the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, and that basically covers certification training programs that will allow individuals to gain certifications, different types of training. So it's a great opportunity for us to take on this particular program and see if we can partner with, I know Fayetteville Tech is one of our biggest partner agencies, as well as universities and community colleges. So we also, on Fort Liberty, we focus on skills translation, where we're looking at how we can translate those military skills and experiences to civilian terms, basically, for those individuals as well.
Okay, Transition Tech at FTCC. That was the brainchild of our previous president, Dr. Mary J. King. And we grew from one program in 2014 to currently we have 11 different programs. Several of those would be able to support employment opportunities within the wind turbine careers. We have welding, as she mentioned a while ago, 3 different welding programs for these service members. They range from, one program is 16 weeks, one is 12 weeks, and one is a quick 8 weeks. These courses meet Monday through Friday, or either Tuesday through Friday, 40 hours a week during their active duty hours. So we actually become their duty station with permission from their command and from Mr. McMillan's team. We have to make sure that they know where their soldiers are at, and we let them know where they're at if they don't show up. But these programs all work together to support many missions for the soldiers. It provides them with industry credentials. It provides them with an income while they're taking these courses. And then we follow up with employment opportunities at the end of the class. We have a career development center that will help the service members with their resumes. It will help them with their job searches. We provide the interview techniques. NCTOWERS requires us to do this. So we kind of help them out a little bit because they are our hugest supporter. We could not do this without NCTOWERS and their funding. But in addition to the welding programs, we also have cybersecurity. We have the CompTIA. We have the Cisco network. We also have logistics program that just came aboard. Our first class is in session now. We have 17 students. I just received a roster for the next class that starts in October, and I have 27 students for that class. This program just came to fruition in June, so we can provide the logistics for this project. We also have a CDL program. Within a few months, or I think it's a few months, we're going to start clearing land on our new regional CDL driving pad that will be held on Raven Road behind VA Hospital. We're partnering with 2 other colleges to provide trainings for this local area. We'll be able to handle multiple trucks on the pad at one time, day, night, and weekend courses. So we have all these programs, and how do we get that information out to the service members? Mr. Møller, his team graciously provides us with table days. They include our information in their briefings. The SFL TAP counselors provide our information to the transition service members. They contact me, or sometimes they go to Robin and she forwards the information to me. We vet them to see which program they need to go into, process them. Then we send them to NCTOWERS for funding, and NCTOWERS graciously covers every dime of that student's tuition, registration fees, and certification fees for that class. It can be as little as $180 for a welding program, or almost $1,600 for our Cisco and CompTIA programs.
So Penny, let me jump in there real quick, because you said something very important that everybody need to note. So how much does it cost the transitioning service member to take these classes and get these certifications?
Little or no charge. We do not touch their GI Bill. The only 2 courses that the service member must pay for is our CDL program. We provide registration and we provide assistance for the registration fee and their maintenance fee. But their fees for their DOT physical, what they have to pay at the DMV, we can't pay that for them. They have to self-pay that. But luckily, so far, we've had scholarship funds that once they pay for that, they can bring us a receipt so we can reimburse them. Our EMT programs, there are some clinical supplies that they have to purchase themselves, and that can range about $100. We refer them back to the SFL TAP, the CSP office, and they can apply for tuition assistance or for relief for that. So the majority of our programs are free. All they have to do is show up, learn, take an exam, and then once they exit, they're employable. Did I leave anything else out? Did I leave anything out?
That sounds great.
I do have, that's one more program that would be in competition with NCTOWERS. We do have a solar program. It has been sidelined for a little while. We're redeveloping it, redesigning it. We have partnered with a local company that was purchased by a national company, and they're actually building a solar field on our campus. We'll bring back the photovoltaic installation so that service members will have hands-on experience working in a solar field. How to construct it, how to insert the solar panels, or how to install them, maintain them, and how to take the field down. Coming soon, in a few months. Fingers crossed. Anything else you need to know?
That sounds really good. Robin, tell us about what your programs are.
All right, so I deal with the curriculum side of FTCC. So what I do is I recruit veterans, dependents, transitioning military, and get them into a curriculum program. To stay along the lines of what we're talking about today, one of our newest programs, which needs to go through approval through DMVA, is our new mechatronics technology program. It deals with industrial safety, electrical systems, hydraulics, and mechanisms to help those who want to go into some sort of engineering graduate with an associate's degree in that. And so once that gets approved in our new catalog approval, students can use their GI Bill or dependents assistance for that as well. And then you did mention that you'll need all sorts of different types of trades. So on top of mechatronics and how that would apply, we also have our business programs. So we have marketing, public relations, human resources. Those are all things that need to go into a good business. We also have paralegal programs, and then for those transitioning military members who, are like, a lot of them, I don't want to go to college, I want to do a trade. We have those as well. Our welding program has a curriculum as well as a continuing education component as well, so that if they want to use their GI Bill and get paid to go to school, get their tuition paid for, they can do our welding diploma as well. We do have plumbing, construction, so literally over 200 programs that these students can use their GI Bill with and use that towards workforce development, or even going on to a four-year university and using it there as well. One of the bigger programs that we also have for transitioning military is our system security and analysis program, which Scott kind of touched on a little bit. Cybersecurity is huge and it's getting bigger. We have an amazing cyber lab in the general classroom building, which is where our office is as well. And a lot of members are going into those IT fields. We also have network administration, which is definitely necessary for big projects like this, network management, all sorts of IT programs that are becoming increasingly more popular among our military students.
Well, so at Fayetteville State, what we do for our students, specifically our military connected students, is we try to give them a space where they can use the talents and skills they gain in the military to form a career either on their way transitioning out or while they're still in the service. We're one of 7 schools that have a robotics program at NASA. Our students get to work on the Land Rovers. We work with coding, so if you have students who are electronically inclined, they want to work with coding. Even some students, and we see this a lot because I just had a guy come talk to me in my office about working with video games. So he was transitioning out of the military, he wanted to work with video games. We do business, so when we talk about our business program, we teach our students stock, bond, and trade all in real time in our College of Business and Economics lab. So we have a fully functioning lab that looks just like Wall Street. So when our students talk about investing, and if you invest wrong, it turns out really bad. So we try to make sure our students understand what it looks like to invest in a company, especially when you have a lot of dollars going into, let's say for example, you're getting out and you want to invest in Amazon, you want to invest in a lot of these places that you spend a lot of your money on. Knowing how to do that properly is important for us at Fayetteville State University, but also we're a family environment. So when we talk about the benefits that military members use, you may have your GI Bill, your Chapter 33, your Chapter 35, or on the other side, you may have kids and they need to go to school too, even if you're like, man, look, I've done my 20 years, I'm done, I'm not doing anything else. So we have our facilities, we have people there set up so you don't have to run around. And so I give you my example, my dad's a retired colonel. So my mom got the GI Bill, my little brother's got Chapter 35, and I got absolutely nothing. So we end up with a lot of those conversations, like what do I do, where do I start? Well, come see me, we'll take you over to our Veterans Affairs office so you can sit down and talk about what your benefits look like. Did you invest in the right spots? Did you talk about doing that when you were on your way out? If you're looking for example, mass communications, Fayetteville State is the only all-student ran television, radio, and podcast station in North Carolina. So if you are, let's say, a broadcaster, using those skills you used in the military to find your job when you get out of the military. And last but not least, if we have any medics, Fayetteville State is one of the top nursing programs in the Eastern region. We have a 97% pass rate of the NCLEX and 100% job placement after graduation, whether that's going back into the service or that's going into the civilian world. So just trying to find your niche in that. What I tell my students is when you come to me, just let me know what you need, let me know what you want. You don't go to Walmart expecting hot dog buns, and if I tell you we got hamburger buns, you look at me like I was crazy. So we try to find what you need and what works best for the skill set you have, and then we build on that.
Wow, thank you. I hope you all are seeing the passion as well as the depth of this panel. And remember, they're just a little portion of the wonderful things that we have across the state. Our community college system offers so many programs across the state that will touch wind energy. The Workforce Development Subcommittee in NCTOWERS did a wonderful study on the community colleges and the programs, and we would thank Dr. Jenny Harris and Joshua Levy, who did a tremendous study on the community college system and listed all the programs in our community colleges that relate to wind energy. And then also, Andrea DeSantis and Perry Harker, they listed the apprenticeships, okay, that we have. And we also did a tremendous study on the jobs. How many hundreds of different types of jobs will end up touching this? And as you can see from these panel members, they touch a lot of these different things, and they represent the best of what we have in our state. And Bill, of course, a strong federal partner. And remember, he's representing also what we have at Lejeune, Camp Lejeune. You know, they have a transition program there too. And of course, they've got Coastal Community College right outside and their programs. And then you're looking at Seymour Johnson. Then we look up at, you know, the Coast Guard base. And so we have all these people in all these areas. And so the state has a tremendous depth of programs in our community colleges, as well as in our universities, that can touch all the various fields in wind energy. And you touched on it, Patrick, but what opportunities exist to support military spouses and their families in these various careers? And I know we touched a little bit on GI Bill. We talked about transition assistance payments as well. But, and that's important to note that a transitioning service member does have that ability with the GI Bill to apply to these programs. The Department of Military and Veteran Affairs, one of our functions is our state approving agency that is in there to ensure that all these programs, kind of like what Robin was mentioning, that they can use the GI Bill at these programs, that they are getting an authentic degree, they are getting authentic training. So that is our agency is a strong partner with these in ensuring that our transitioning members and veterans are getting true education that they can then use in a career. So like I said, let's talk a little bit about what opportunities there are for military spouses and their families in these careers.
So the first thing we've touched on already today is e-learning. And obviously, oftentimes for our military spouses, the biggest struggle is I don't want to start a program and have my military member, spouse, sent off to Alaska and I can't finish the program. So the majority of our programs now are fully online, and that has been a huge gift to spouses as they connect. We also, in partnership with the state and other local agencies, have child care grants to assist in providing child care to military spouses so that they can free up a little time, whether they're taking online classes and they just need some quiet time to go to a library or to lock themselves in their study space at home, or whether that's to take those face-to-face classes. So those grants are there and available to our student body. We're also trying to do some innovative things. So I've heard already today, we'll reach out to military kids through K through 12 programs here in our local community, trying to reach out into the schools and introduce our military dependents to all of the great career and education options in North Carolina. And we are looking at some innovative opportunities to provide even what we call summerscapes classes, some one-week fun courses, everything from 3D printing to graphic arts, to cooking and sewing. My son took a sewing class and was so excited, 15-year-old kid sewing, he was excited and gained some skills, but also now says to me, Dad, I can't wait to go to FTCC, right? Because he's been introduced. And so we're hoping maybe to take some of those classes inside to Fort Liberty next year and say, hey, we know that coming in and out of the gate can be a pain, and how can we provide some opportunity for those military students as well.
I'm going to piggyback off of Scott since we're also with FTCC. Military spouses that come from Fort Liberty can go into our Fort Liberty campus. We have a campus right there at the Liberty Education and Training Center, and so they can go in there and talk to our MyCAA representative. So Fayetteville Tech, you can use the MyCAA scholarship, which is for military spouses of E1 to E5. It just got extended from E1 to E4 to E5s. And it's a $4,000 scholarship over the course of 2 years that can be used for an associate's degree or a certificate or a diploma, which is amazing because it was just expanded in the last couple of years from only associate and certification programs to essentially all of our degree programs. And as Scott mentioned, the majority of our programs are going 100% online as well. So they can start with us and use the scholarship with FTCC and then take it with them as well. And the goal of the MyCAA scholarship is to make spouses, or give spouses the ability to take their education and career training with them wherever they follow their service member to. So that's one way that we help spouses as well, is with the MyCAA scholarship.
So at Fayetteville State, we, again, working in Fayetteville, we have the Military Connected Scholarship through the Military Tuition Scholarship. So if you are military connected, active duty, retired, or dependent, and the benefits just aren't there. So your GI Bill is gone. Chapter 33, Chapter 35 may not be coming in time. As long as you're not using one of those benefits, your tuition is free at Fayetteville State. So whether you are the spouse, the active duty, the retiree, even the kids, and that's just a big deal because one, you probably aren't staying on campus because you have life going on. So most students will only pay for the fees, which include your books and everything else that goes into being a student. So once you take away that tuition, and we are NC Promise School, so that's $500 in tuition. So when we're talking about your benefits, we go ahead and shorten that amount up. So you're not using the thousands upon thousands of dollars and they don't run out as fast. We also have our child care center. So the Early Childhood Learning Center is free to the community. We're a community, not just a campus-based organization. So we're talking about that piece of it. If you have smaller children, we know you love your children, but we also know you want about 2 hours to go do literally anything else. You can drop your kids off there for free, and then pick them up a little bit later on in the day. Even if you're not going to class, even if you just need a little bit of time to literally just sit down and watch a television show. So we have those amenities for our spouses. And then we also have our Veterans Center. So second floor of the College of Business and Economics is just a center. So everybody who's military, who's been to the airport, y'all know that little space you go off to the right where no one else can go but the military people, looks just like that. It's the same thing. So a little space off to the right where you can just sit down. They've got the big TVs in there so you can watch whatever you're looking for, do your homework, and it's quiet. So we try to make sure that if you are a member of the family, not just the active duty or the military member, you get a little bit of benefit too, because we understand that that service goes in or takes away from your family too. So if your partner is deployed, you feel that weight too. So we have benefits for not just the spouses, but the kids as well.
Thank you. Thank you, group. That was wonderful. I want to move now to talk a little bit about employers and how they relate into with the transitioning service members. At DMVA, like I said, being the connecting piece, we get emails and calls every day from employers that want to hire veterans because veterans are dedicated. They get up and go to work and show up every day. And they're natural born leaders. So we're the connecting piece for that. But I want to know, and this ties into what Bill said as he was talking about Airstream, who is a training piece, and they do provide the Global Wind Organization safety training certificates. Airstream does, so we're very excited about Airstream being here and being a part of the Career Skills Program at Fort Liberty. And also they have expressed that they are going to build on the eastern part of North Carolina within a year, a training center. So that is very exciting for us to know. But how are you currently engaging with employers to support the training and hiring of transitioning service members?
Well, a couple of things that I want to say about that. And right now with Airstream, I just want to mention that first. Because we're not certified to move them onto the installation yet, we're working on it. We have a building already identified for them. We just have to get permission from our higher headquarters out of MCOM and AMC, which is out of Redstone. Once we get that, as opposed to our service members going to what used to be Fort Benning is now Fort Moore. Instead of our service members going all the way down there for training, the Marines going either to Fort Benning or they might be going to the West Coast for training, they will all be able to come to Fort Liberty and do the training here, which means that for the Marines, they can go home on the weekend if they need to. If they're out on the West Coast probably not gonna be easy for them to come home every weekend. And I know that we've sent, in the last year or two, we've sent over 170 individuals out of Fort Liberty down to Fort Benning, Fort Moore for training. And we won't have to do that anymore. We've got persons coming from Virginia all the way down to Fort Benning for training. They can come to North Carolina. We've got the person from the Air Force Base. Instead of them going to Fort Benning or Fort Moore, they can come here to North Carolina and train here, and they can go home on the weekends. Any service member coming from another installation to train at Fort Liberty, they're provided a place on the installation to stay for free. So we can attract individuals from all over. For one of our programs, we got people coming all the way from Japan, coming to Fort Liberty to take training. And once they get here, we provide them a place to stay. So as far as employers, there are at least 10 employers that's associated with the Tower program here in North Carolina. And certainly working with Airstreams, those companies can work together, not in competition, but work together to help individuals that are transitioning out to get trained and then to get jobs working here in North Carolina.
So we have the privilege of hosting the North Carolina Military Business Center on Fayetteville Tech's campus, and Scott Dorning, the director there, just recently held a defense tech industry symposium in Fayetteville a couple days on campus, a couple days before the Association of the United States Army met with those same folks in a broader capacity at our convention center. What that does is it brings the defense technical folks in the industry to our students and introduces them to their products and those industry partners to our students' learning. So that's exciting. Also have a center for business and entrepreneurs. So as our students and local partners decide that they want to start a business and say, hey, I need some folks that can help me do that. We offer that assistance, but then we also, again, connect them back to possible workforce right there through our student body. So we're always partnering. We have a career education center as well that's continually bringing industry partners that are hiring onto campus. We do hiring fairs on a regular basis. And it's one of our goals then to get out more into the community and the state and let them know what we have to offer and make those partnerships. Work-based learning is the direction where we're trying to move so that, as we shared earlier, those students, as part of their learning, can do that in your workplace. You get a chance to train them in the skills that you think they're going to need, and then they are that much more hireable than they are with the classroom stuff. One final thing, and the great thing about our Grade 58 community colleges in North Carolina is we're highly adaptable. So let's say the industry changes and you need a new certification. We can make that happen quickly. And all of a sudden, hey, the certificate that was good last year is no longer good, and we need to do something new and creative. Let us know, and we will help through our continuing education programs as well as our curriculum programs to make that happen to be a training center for you.
So through our business services team, we use our local employment veterans representative. And he basically goes out and he talks to the employers. So he lets them know about our work experience programs, our OJT programs, things like that, to let them know hiring a veteran can be and have them as an asset basically to come on to their job or their programs, whatever they may have going on. Another thing is that I lost my train of thought.
It happens to all of us sometimes.
Okay, you can't turn it off. So I'm going to highlight our 3 CSP programs that we have with Fort Liberty. The first one is caliber collision. It has nothing to do with wind energy, but it is a collision repair program sponsored by Caliber Collision. individuals have to be approved by Caliber to go through this program because it is a pre-hire. Right now, they have a 97% placement rate. And we are on cohort number 48. So Caliber has jumped on this. They are really good to our service members. They're placed throughout the U.S. The next we have our logistics distribution, which is a new version of our certified production technician program. So this program currently has a 97% placement rate throughout the U.S. The biggest employers that we have with them would be Caterpillar, West Rock and Raleigh, Maersk Corporation, and there's one more that I cannot remember right now. It's on the top of my head. I'll come back to it. See, you started, that's it. That's it. It's that afternoon sugar lack, I guess. And then our last CSP program, which is the CDL program. We have a 100% offer rate for students coming out of our CDL program, but only a 98% acceptance rate. Some of the service members just don't feel comfortable accepting the position while they're still in, and they wait till the ETS. But all of these employers are calling us. When can I come talk to your students? When can I come see you on the driver pad? When are you going to come do a tour of our facilities so we can talk to your students? So the employers are very aware of how transitioning service members and veterans, how beneficial they are in the workforce. And FTCC, we provide employer days, so employers can come to the college and sit down and talk to our students, not just transitioning students, but to the curriculum students. We have career days where these companies will come and actually hire on the spot. So we have embraced this very well and will continue to do so.
Do you have anything to add for us?
Yep.
So in our office, the All-American Veterans Center, we have a great space. It's a computer lab space, it's a workspace. And within that space, we do something called Warrior Wednesdays. Every other Wednesday during the fall and spring semesters, we bring in community partners, employers, connectors like NCTOWERS, in order to bring outside resources onto campus for those who may be attending classes. We do it during lunchtime, and we ask that our presenters bring some sort of lunch or refreshment for our students since we're taking their lunch hour. And it's worked out really great. We're on year 2 of this. It happens every other Wednesday. We also bring in VA benefits advisors, Ms. Wendy Robinson, who works on Fort Liberty, is a really big supporter of Warrior Wednesday as well. We just had our first Veterans Resource Fair where we brought in 38 local and statewide community resources to Fayetteville campus. We're going to be doing that on a semester basis as well so that we can bring employers to the campus so that students and transitioning military and veterans can see them on campus and showcase where they go to school, what they're doing in their space. And then last off, we do have the state's only, as far as I know, Veteran Success on-campus counselor, Ms. April Riley. She's also a veteran readiness and employment counselor. So we do have that on campus as well, and Ms. Riley does a really good job of counseling all of our students who come in on employment benefits, human resource development, job placement, and she refers them to us for programs as well. So that's a really big benefit to have as well.
Patrick, let me jump in for just a second. For those of you that don't know, Veteran Readiness and Employment is a program through the VA where veterans who are disabled and have a disability rating can get, the VA will pay for them to get training in another field where their disability has no effect on them. So that's wonderful that y'all have that ability to tap into not only, you know, GI Bill, but also VRME.
So I was close. So the first thing that I express to everyone is job placement is really important as a Fayetteville State University, just because, transparently speaking, the reason you go to college is to get a better job. So when we talk about our job placement rate, we gave out 250 paid internships last year, and those are just our paid across the board as far as internships were concerned. It was close to 1,000, and that's just the ones that we can track because we do so much. Not just with the military, but we also do stuff with, again, spouses, students, dependents. When we talk about that rate, it is going back into, for example, NASA. We gave out paid internships with like Duke Medical. We gave out paid internships with a lot of those high-profile companies that people are looking for. So it says a lot that you have that on your resume. So it's, hey, I was in the military for 5 years. I did my internship with NASA, and now I'm looking for a job. The other thing we do is etiquette training. And while it may seem like something very small, I express this as a country boy, outside in, not inside out. And that'll make sense when you're looking at your plate form. Look, so everybody who's been to etiquette training laughs at it. Outside in, not inside out, and you can't express that until you're in a place. So what we tell our students, like, go to the etiquette training, and everyone's like, why do I have to go? Because if you've never been anywhere, it shows. And I tell students, see? So I tell students that. So you've been, for example, we gave a student an internship, and he was going to a sales company. So my background is sales as well. And if you do really well in sales, you get placed in some of those positions where you get to eat the executives, outside in, not inside out. So a fork is a fork if you don't know that. And that's why we tell our students to go to that etiquette training, because it's not enough to just get the training in it. You have to be able to eat and sit at those tables too. So when we talk about that job placement, it's not just putting you in those internships, it's preparing you for those conversations later. If you do well at those internships, we also do speech classes. So public speaking is difficult. It's really hard for some people to get up on a panel and talk to a room full of strangers, for example. So having said that, we help our students learn how to talk in those spaces, especially our younger students. So for example, our military dependents are kids. And if you have kids who are about that college age, they exist on this place called TikTok, and then seeing people face to face is weird for them. So we try to make sure that you have that ability, and you'll see some of your soldiers, hey man, I can take orders and I can march in line, but if you need me to give a briefing, no, can't do it. So we make sure that you have that ability when you're going into that job market, because we expect you to excel, and excellence is what we expect. So in order to be excellent, you have to be ready for all of those things.
And let me jump in for a second. It's great that you mentioned etiquette training, because I imagine in the offshore wind industry, especially for some of those jobs where you're out in the waters for a period of time with a crew of people, you have to know how to get along with people and work well together. So is that something that you address as well in your either etiquette training or some other aspect of your preparation of these militaries transitioning out?
Thank you for that comment, and you're right. I mean, military is the world's largest on-the-job training program, as my secretary will like to tell you about, and that is true in all kinds of fields. And we learn in the military, you got to get along with everybody, okay? All right, we don't want any friendly fire, you know, we don't want to frag from the back. Okay, so you learn to get along with people. Demetria, I have a question specifically for you. Our department gets regularly contacted by employers who say, I want to hire a vet, you know, hook me up on your website, hook me up on whatever. Well, our department doesn't do that. Okay, the department in the state that does hiring goes through the Department of Commerce. All right, so they are a #1 partner with our agency. And so when I get those emails and calls from employers, the first place I refer them to is the NCTOWERS Veterans Portal. And so, Demetria, can you tell us a little bit about that? The Veterans Portal, yeah, how it works for veterans as well as for employers.
So it's basically the same, it mirrors the regular site for NCTOWERS as well. So you can go on there and just register. You can go on there and do an assessments, create a resume. Once you create your background, complete your profile, it will match you to jobs on there as well. It's just a plethora of information. What I like to refer to it as is North Carolina's version of Indeed, basically. So it just mirrors the regular NCTOWERS platform. It's just kind of more military based. It has a lot more military veteran focused resources on there.
And I think also, I think she's shortchanging that website just a little bit, because it not only talks about employment, it lists job fairs.
Yes, we do list our job fairs that we are hosting. Any other events that we're hosting within the center or with any other partner agencies, they're also listed on both websites as well. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and also for employers, I noticed that it listed some incentives for employers as well, such as tax credits for hiring veterans.
We do have the tax credit for hiring veterans. So it depends on the eligibility or the barriers that the veteran may be facing at that particular time, but I think it ranges from maybe $1,500 and it goes up to about $9,600 for the tax credit. So yeah, it's a pretty good incentive.
Yeah, that's a good incentive, and not only are you getting a tax credit, but you're also getting probably one of your top employees as well to that company. So now, guys, what I'd like to ask you about is, as you're thinking ahead, okay, as we're moving forward in the space with wind energy, it's developing, we got it going, what resources will be needed to grow, enhance, and develop new education and training to address all these coming jobs?
So the number one piece of feedback we're getting from industry goes to what my colleague said, and that is the soft skills and or people skills and life skills of our graduates oftentimes need some development. When they live in a virtual world, when they've been in high school during COVID, the whole concept of working in a team, doing face-to-face interactions day to day, having difficult conversations, giving feedback, sharing bad news with a boss, receiving constructive criticism, all of those things, there's not a class on that, right? I don't know if you had one, but we gain those in life. What I can tell you is our transitioning military live that all the time. So if you're a service member, you're working in teams. You understand how to do that. You're getting feedback all the time from those above you. You have to share constructive criticism with those who work with and for you. And those soft skills, those life skills, those people skills are demanded by the military service branches. And what we're finding is that our transitioning military students often are already possess those qualities that industry is saying from the rest of our students that they're struggling to get. Hey, super smart folks, trained and ready with their skills. Now we got to go back and say, I need you to make eye contact. I need you to make eye contact. Okay, I need you to speak up a little bit. We can't hear what you're saying. Okay, hey, awesome, I think, but I'm not really sure what you said, right? And so those kinds of things, and it sounds crazy, but they absolutely are things that we're trying to train, like with etiquette. We're adding soft skills into some things. We're getting pushback in our faculty. Look, all the technical stuff takes a lot of time, right? We don't have any space in our curricula for this. And so we're doing workshops. We're bringing in industry partners. We can always utilize technology. Would love to have you all come talk to us about that. Do small group interactions. Do mock interviews. I'll be honest with you, coming out of the military into the private sector, how we interview today is not how we did it 20 years ago. It's a whole different ballgame. The types of questions that we ask, the types of answers, thinking on your feet. So I'm really excited to say we just started a Toastmasters International chapter at Fayetteville Tech. And why is that important? Because there are counters in Toastmasters. And so when you sit down or stand up and speak extemporaneously, and you finish, they say, hey, thank you so much. You had 4 today. Wow, thanks. And learning how to take that, feedback's important, and then you got to go back and learn those skills. So I think that's the number one thing that we're able to offer, and that we can partner with you all as you come to us and say, this is what I'm looking for, and thanks for the technical training. Now help me find somebody that can take that training and share it with the team. Preach.
I have a lot. So I would say what I see most when I'm dealing with transitioning service members is the lack of availability for certain certifications or training that they may require or desire when they are transitioning out. So I know, Bill, you want everybody to stay here, but we do have individuals that are transitioning to different states, or they may want to go back home, or go where, like Bill said, where the jobs are. So
If the training is widely available, then that would be helpful, or if it's on a virtual platform, that may be helpful for them as well too. And I would also include, I do have a little note on here for funding and financial support, maybe make it a little more accessible for those individuals as well to kind of address.
I just wanted to mention, Scott and I were just talking about this earlier, is as we as a society evolve, technology is evolving, and the need for continuous education is also evolving. And so along with getting an education and saying, I got my piece of paper, is keeping up with that education and keeping up with that training, as we have very smart people graduating high school today, and in 10 years they're going to be laughing at us in the applications that we're using today. So that continuous education and training, especially in computers, let's be real, is going to be really important as we move forward.
And I want to harken back to one of the slides that Maersk showed, the trends and the training every 2 years. One of the things that we're in dialogue about is what we call subscription learning. So you finish your associate's degree with us, but then you maintain your status as an ongoing student so that you can continue to have the most updated training in your field. That's not going to be easy to attain for us as an academic institution unless we partner with industry. And that you tell the workforce, hey, this is what you need. Come back and have that conversation with us. Can you help us train that? And it's our hope that our students that come right out of high school, get an associate's degree, go to work with you, and continue to train with us for years to come. And then, we pass them off to our four-year partners, and we do the same thing. Sometimes they come back to us. So I will say, one of the things that we're seeing in the community colleges now, I get folks calling me all the time that have graduate degrees, saying, hey Scott, I got an MBA, but I'm really interested in sliding into, in particular, cybersecurity, and I don't know anything about tech. How can I come and get some kind of certification to to upskill myself to move to the next level in a new sector? So I think that's definitely already happening and on the horizon will happen even more.
So from a continuing education side of campus, what we would need to grow, what we would have to grow your program or your project for future careers, we need instructors. We need qualified instructors on the continuing education side. It's easy pretty much to get a curriculum instructor. But for continuing education instructor, they're typically your trades. What are they doing right now? Those who know trades, they're working. They can't take a pay cut to come teach your transitioning service members. So it's very hard to find someone to teach plumbing on the Con Ed side. It's hard to find a CDL instructor. They make more money on the road. So what the community college is going to need from partners are instructors who are qualified to teach the programs or the careers that you want these individuals to go into. We need instructors, qualified people to teach that for us. So if anyone has any ideas on how we can make that happen, that would be great. That's our biggest issue right now as far as growing programs.
I've been holding. So the thing that I will share is you'll see a lot more need for community. And as we continue on, again, piggybacking a little bit off of everything, you'll see the need for community and you'll see the need for conversation around the community. So at Fayetteville State, we have mental health resources. And it's really important for, let's say, for example, our veterans, because there's a lot that you need to talk about and there's a lot of people who just don't understand unless they live through it. There's a lot that the spouses and the students will need to talk about, and even when you're going through those life aspects of trying to graduate, finals are hard, but trying to do finals and your dad's deployed is hard. So you'll see a lot more of that need for mental health resources at Fayetteville State. We do have the mental health center in this holding building, so if you need to go to talk to somebody, individual counseling, couples counseling, group counseling, we even have a spot that you can get massages in the middle of the day. Well, that's not important to the conversation, it's just to let y'all know. But that's one of the things that you'll find and that I find is important. So that need for community and that need for having those conversations around community and the communication skills that go with that. If you're having a hard day, if you have a tough supervisor, if you have a situation where it's like, it just kind of sucks and you just have to deal with it and it'll be better tomorrow. So having those conversations is important. letting our students know that those conversations are normal, and letting our students also know that it's okay to, you know, stand up for yourself or voice your concerns in those spaces too.
This is a really interesting conversation, and Andrea, I know you were concerned we had allotted too much time for your panel. We don't have enough time.
I don't think we do have enough time.
Right.
You're right, but I do need to wrap us up.
Well, we're 1 minute over, but I do want to allow some time for questions. If any of our task force members or anyone in the audience has questions, because we do have this wonderful panel here and wealth of information they've shared with us, and sure there's some questions that are out here that anyone may want.
Hi everybody, it's me again. I'm Carly from the Southeastern Coalition. Thank you so much for being here on behalf of the entire task force. This was a great conversation. We really appreciate you all making the time to be here and educating us on this topic. But just something I wanted to share really quickly, the Southeastern Wind Coalition actually hosted a workforce development summit in Virginia last week. And there were some really interesting takeaways from that. I think that it became very evident that there's definitely communication that's happening in some circles, but not as the whole. So I think that's something that I'd encourage you all and the task force to help facilitate is to get as involved with those conversations as we can. But the bigger takeaway was that, two takeaways. The wind turbine technician programs, I think that we've all kind of been under the impression that those are a prerequisite for even getting hired in the offshore wind front. But you, Scott, talked about the soft skills. That is something that was stressed over and over and over again during that workforce development summit. And they kind of framed it in the way that because people are living in situations where they're in close quarters with their colleagues for 2 weeks at a time on a boat, or they're up in the top of the turbine for 11 hours at a time, they really need those soft and professional and problem-solving skills, and that's the quality that employers are looking for. Both Dominion and Siemens Gamesa Renewable Energy they said that they'll send all their staff to company training programs, even if those certificates for like the wind technician programs have been done at community colleges. So I know that we've, as a task force, had a lot of conversations about like what do we need to put an emphasis on. So that's a flag for the task force and the workforce development subcommittee, but also for you all that I think you're definitely on the right track focusing on those soft skills. So thank you so much.
Do we have any other questions from the audience? Emily.
Andrea, this might be for you, Andrea. Thank you to all the panelists, and Andrea, thank you for the work that you did to bring some guest speakers also to the Workforce Development Subcommittee that were aligned with these topics. Andrea invited someone from Airstream Renewables to come and talk to the Workforce Development Subcommittee, and they shared a bit about their experience and feedback when candidates are hired through this Bridge program. And thinking about what Carly just shared about having some of those durable or soft skills, I wondered if you could elaborate on the type of feedback that those employers are giving about the candidates that come to them by way of this Bridge program that we heard from Airstream Renewables.
The employers are very excited, and Bill would know this as well as he works with Airstream Renewables. They employ people, they send their trainees, once they've gone through the program, they've gotten all their certifications, they go everywhere across the states. And their employers, all those companies, are just loving them. Like I said, because you're talking about a group, most of the time, these are going to be young people, and they're not afraid to take a challenge. They're not afraid to get up 300 feet in the air. They're willing to get out on the boats. They're willing to take those risks, because as a service member, you're willing every day to risk your life for your country as well as for your fellow citizens. That's the reason we take that oath, is because we love our country and we love our brothers and sisters, in this country. And so they're not afraid to take those risks. They're willing to be tremendous leaders. They have learned leadership skills. They've watched as they've gone through the ranks, how to be a good leader. They've learned communication skills. I'm not saying they're not, a little rough and bumpy there, because we learn a whole different language in the military, and it has a lot of 4-letter words in it. But they learn how to deal with people. They learn how to get along. And one thing I wanted to mention briefly before I close this out is the fact that a lot of our trade unions have wonderful apprenticeship offerings as well for transitioning service members. There are wonderful programs like Helmets to Hard Hats that has memorandums of understanding with 15 trade unions where they take transitioning service members and they get them trained all the way into a variety of construction fields. There's all kinds of apprenticeships, troops to transportation, where they learn about how to get those CDLs, because we don't have enough, okay? We don't have enough. So I wanted to make sure that we did highlight the fact that and on our task force, we have these wonderful people in these trade unions who will offer for free this training. And so the last thing I want to say is that the resource to keep us moving forward is communication. It's communication. We have to be communicating. You've now heard from this wonderful panel what they need from you. They need you to come let the soldiers and the airmen and Marines know about these opportunities. So that means you need to get on base and at these tables and share these opportunities. You need to make sure you are informing the wonderful people. I know we have people with the community colleges and the UNC system. Let them know specifically what programs they need to develop, what skills they need to learn. That's all communication, that back and forth that we need to have. And I really think this has been so helpful for you guys to just get a more well-rounded understanding of the wonderful systems we have here in the state, our state agencies, as well, and our wonderful schools that we have here. And I just thank you for your time. I thank my wonderful panel. These guys are true professionals. I am so thankful for them and giving their time, and thank you so much for letting us share.
Thank you. Wonderful conversation. We thank each and every panelist for what you brought to it, and thank you for making this time for us today. We really appreciate what you've shared. Great information. General Assembly. And we'd like to touch on such things as policies and programs for developing offshore wind projects, enhancing the state supply chain for offshore wind industry, creating and developing a workforce to support offshore wind energy projects, and ensuring equitable access, particularly in the underserved communities, to the economic benefits created by this offshore wind industry. So with us, our Assistant Secretary of Clean Energy again, Jennifer Mundt, is going to touch on some of the highlights from the report, some of the key findings and recommendations. Task force members should have received an email today. Probably wouldn't have had a chance to check for it. I think it came sometime during the meeting of the actual report that will be sent out to the legislature, and it goes to the governor's office. The governor's office has reviewed it. And it will also be made available on our task force website. You have on your table 2 sheets that were passed out prior or just after the lunch break. One is the key findings and recommendations for 2022, 2023, and the other one is some brief points, and I'm sure Jennifer's going to touch on much of that. So we're going to turn it over to our Assistant Secretary of Clean Energy, Jennifer Mundt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now that I've got the technology working. So I don't have a deck, but I'm just going to use the space up here and I set some things down. I'm not trying to hide behind the podium. But as Chair Walton mentioned, the work that we've done over the past year has really informed and pushed us forward in our knowledge gathering, as well as where I think the body of the task force feels that we have, what we've accomplished. And so the report itself is a synopsis of the 4 meetings that we've hosted since last August, and also includes synopses of the work of the 4 subcommittees. And I'll invite my colleagues up, whether they are the subcommittee chairs or the staff who led the work or helped support leading the work of those subcommittees to talk through what some of those main recommendations are. But as Chair Walton mentioned, she wanted me to go over what I think are the top tier findings that we have gleaned on behalf of the task force based on the multitude of presentations and data that we've received from all of the experts who we've brought in front of us to help us, lead the charge that has been set out under EO 218 to really develop a robust and viable offshore wind supply chain and get our workforce ready to support it. And so, Chair Walton mentioned there were 2 handouts. These are excerpts from the report that should be in all y'all's inbox. And I'll start with this page that has the big turquoise box on the top. And some of our top findings are in that turquoise box. And I think that they will align with a lot of what we've been hearing over the course of this past year. I think we learned from hearing from friends of ours representing ports up and down the East Coast, from folks who represent lending institutions, whether they be the U.S. Department of Energy's Loan Programs Office or J.P. Morgan Chase, that North Carolina lacks some certainty in the ability to draw and lure offshore wind investments to the scale and degree that we've seen in other states. And so what we've found is that we lag pretty much every other Atlantic coast state in developing infrastructure assets, in preparing existing businesses to enter the supply chain, and in training our workforce to be ready for this industry. We found that states have enacted offshore wind energy development or procurement targets, and when they've done so, they have earned a competitive advantage over us in securing those supply chain commitments from OEMs and Tier 1 suppliers. And I think those 2 things together, they make North Carolina vulnerable, and we risk losing our share of that $140 billion of economic investment opportunity and our share of the 85,000 jobs that might be coming our way were we to be strategic and thoughtful about how we position ourselves to absorb them. And so in the middle of this page, we put together a table that illustrates quite cleverly with little towers how our neighboring states have either invested or committed policies to draw offshore wind in their states. And as you can see, running south from Maine all the way to North Carolina, every state that is in an that has an offshore wind posture has either legislated a wind energy development goal or has set a procurement goal, or both. They have all made financial investments in training and education for an offshore wind ready workforce. And they have all made investments in their ports and quayside infrastructure assets to make them ready for offshore wind deployments. And we have done none of those things. And that's just the plain truth. And we've learned that, and we kept hearing that over and over again. And so what we have in terms of recommendations, starting on the other page, are some pretty thoughtful recommendations that we hope will help position us to be able to take advantage of the opportunities that are in front of us. And so I'm going to go over recommendations 1 and 2 and then invite my colleagues to come up and discuss some of the other ones because they fall more squarely into the subcommittee space. But I'm going to talk about recommendation 1. And I'm just going to read you some of these bold points, and they're a little bit small, so you'll forgive me. So we all know that the next 10 years of the offshore wind project development on the East Coast gives us the opportunity to go after up to $100 billion in economic investment. We know this from the offshore wind supply chain and workforce study that Commerce had conducted and released 2 years ago, and everything is pointing in this direction since that time. But without a legislative or regulatory signal to the market, our opportunity to grasp that opportunity will continue to diminish every day. And we will lose those opportunities to our states and neighbors to the north, and now neighbors in the Gulf of Mexico, and our friends across the country in California that are moving in this direction. And so one of the top line recommendation coming out of the task force is at the bottom of that left-hand column, recommending that the General Assembly do the following things. Enact legislation that recognizes offshore wind as a viable, clean energy resource that will help the state meet its zero carbon emission goals by 2050, as required by House Bill 951. We are going to ask that the legislature find that utility-owned or utility-operated offshore wind energy, when it can be produced at least cost, is in the public interest, and ask the legislature to codify the development goals that Governor Cooper set out in EO 218, so that we can legislate that 2.8 gigawatt by 2030 and 8 gigawatt by 2040 goals, and have those on the books to provide that legislative, regulatory certainty that the market is craving in order to be able to invest in North Carolina in the amount that is necessary to move us forward. And Chair Walton, I don't know if you want to open this up for discussion, or if you want me just to roll through.
We can. Does anyone have any questions or comments about the first recommendation? Steve? Oh, you're just giving a thumbs up. Susie?
Do we have an identified source of how to approach our legislative body? And I mean, is that a commerce liaison thing, or is that something that is happening at a higher level?
Well, the executive order that created this task force requires us to provide an annual report to the legislature, to the General Assembly, right? And Lex is our...
It was delivered yesterday.
Well, there you go. And we try to deliver it in a form where it's not just this big report that, you know, you dump it on someone's desk and they never really get through it. But we did try to present it in a way where the key findings were right up there for them to see and to clearly understand.
And Secretary Sanders drafted a great cover letter with it that is included on the copy of the report that Jennifer circulated to the task force earlier today, so you'll be able to see that as well.
And it's even more timely, as we were drafting up the initial versions of this report. I think it's worth noting that the first words went on, or the first pixels went on screens, you know, in May and June, when we were looking at hopefully the legislature adjourning by July 1. But the fact that they are still in session and still debating policies as well as the budget, I think that gives us a window of opportunity that we might not have been expecting to perhaps utilize the information in this task force annual report to our advantage and start carrying some of these messages across the street that maybe might catch some wind, no pun intended.
And I think what you've been hearing from us all along is that North Carolina has the greatest potential for this industry, but it's not just going to fall in our lap. You know, we have to be proactive and do some things to really make it attractive for those investors and developers in this industry.
I also think the politics of this thing are just unreal in the next year. And with the elections coming up, we have to figure out a strategy to get to the candidates, not just the legislature, because, you know, the governor's orders disappear with the governor. God knows what happens if, depending on what that happens. So I think that's a strategy. I don't know how to do that, but I think candidates need to be informed and educated, maybe.
So Dave, you raise a great point, and just to put it in everyone's mind, as you know, Governor Cooper's term ends the end of next year, and so this task force really was built to go through the end of 2024. So we just have 5 more meetings, November and then the 4 for next year, to get the work done. Whatever it is we're trying to accomplish, we have 5 more meetings to get it done. And great point, Dave. Carla?
This might be a bigger conversation to have beyond right now. But I've been involved in a lot of conversations that have talked about kind of the limitations that are put forth with House Bill 951 and how we have to make the case for offshore wind to qualify it as a least cost resource in the eyes of the Utilities Commission to be part of the carbon plan. And I think that SWC definitely sees offshore wind in the carbon plan as an absolute necessity for this to move forward. So I guess my question / comment is along the lines of, is there a strategy or is there room to have a conversation around strategy about item 1, asking the General Assembly to enact legislation that recognizes offshore wind as a viable clean energy resource that will help the state meet its zero carbon goals as required in House Bill 951, because I think there's like a lot of opportunity there, but I think there's also a lot of folks that are kind of scared of, what if we open that can of worms and we lose ground that we've made with House Bill 951? So how do we approach that? And because the last thing that we want is also to have any legislation that would conflict House Bill 951, or so that's just something I've been thinking about. And I think a conversation, I don't know where that conversation should happen, but I think that's a conversation that needs to happen.
Steve, you look like you want to jump in, but I'd also offer Peter Ledford the opportunity to weigh in on that as well, if he wants to. Okay, or not.
Yeah, Lexi, or I'm sorry, Lexi. Carly. Sorry, I got the wrong person in my head. Just hearing you say the words, people are afraid to reopen the discussion for fear of losing ground, having witnessed what happened with Senate Bill 3 and, for example, the bioenergy provisions in Senate Bill 3 that, to this day have not actually worked the way originally intended, and everyone was afraid to reopen the RPS discussion for fear of it collapsing around their ears. And so we just limped along with a suboptimal set of policy. That concerns me, that's a possibility in this space, because this is moving way faster than that conversation was in that time frame. And so I hope that we can find a way to get at this. I will say that there is another venue than the legislature that could provide some of this assurance, and that is, through the Utilities Commission. If a Utility Commission order relating to the carbon plan and/or the IRP process, which is now, I guess, one process, except it's still 2 filings or something to that effect. That would be analogous to what has been done in some other states. And I don't know where our next meeting, for example, is scheduled to take place, or if we have any thoughts on this front, but certainly one of the critical groups that needs to be brought on board with this is the public staff. And I might just throw out as a suggestion that we might want to do a meeting in Raleigh and bring in some expertise and invite the public staff to come out and interact more with the NCTOWERS Commission and have them learn from some subject matter experts about why they could perhaps be more supportive of some of these things. It's hard to get the commissioners to do something like that because of pending dockets and potential conflicts, but the public staff has a lot more flexibility, and frankly, the public staff has a lot of influence on where the commission comes down on these things. And so, just as a suggestion, I might put that out there for us to consider.
Appreciate that, Steve.
Any more questions or comments or thoughts before Jennifer moves on to the next recommendation? All right, Jennifer.
All right, thank you. Recommendation number 2 starts at the top on the right-hand side on page 10 in front of y'all. And keep in mind that we have an opportunity in North Carolina not only to develop offshore wind projects off of our coast that will bring opportunities to our state, but according to that report that I referenced before, we also have a significant opportunity to supply components, subcomponents, and equipment and experience to the projects that are in the pipeline to our north. And that's where the balance of that $100 billion opportunity sits. And we can do that, but we don't have assets, physical assets in North Carolina that allow us to viably compete in that space. And without those assets, our ability to compete is considerably constrained. And it limits the opportunities for our coastal and other interior regions and throughout the state to be able to really reap the benefits that offshore wind could bring. And what I'm referring to here in terms of assets, competing assets, are those that are water or quayside. And so, there are a relatively small number of properties or sites across the United States that are available and capable of housing and supporting the activities that are associated with the offshore wind industry, whether they be marshaling or near coast water-based manufacturing, because of the size and the scale of the equipment that goes into it. It needs to be mostly located at the coast. And so of those small number of sites that are around the country, even a smaller number of those meet the channel deck requirements, the overhead height restrictions that are met, or parameters that need to be met. And of those that qualify, like Radio Island and Carteret County, they are not, quote, offshore wind ready, meaning that they need significant infrastructure upgrades to help accommodate the weight pressures that equipment will pose on the ground. They need significant upgrades to accommodate the size and the movement of that equipment on those sites. And so other states have seen this opportunity to improve their waterside assets. And what they've done is they've pooled resources, including state appropriations, federal loans and grants, and financial commitments, and partnering offshore wind developers, original equipment manufacturers, investors, and public and private investors to finance the upgrades that are necessary to ready their waterside assets for offshore wind. So this recommendation involves essentially a mirror of what Governor Cooper recommended in his budget proposal to the legislature back earlier in the spring. That the legislature include up to $50 million in its current fiscal year budget to support infrastructure improvements and readiness for preparing Radio Island to support economic development at that site, and further recommend that these monies could be used to unlock additional public or private financing to support those necessary improvements. I'm happy to take any comments or questions.
Any questions or comments on recommendation 2?
How much money did the state get from the federal infrastructure bill? Does somebody know?
That's kind of an ongoing job.
50 million, a small portion of that, or is that more than we get?
Lex, do you remember that number?
The governor's recommendation was
No.
Okay, I'm just thinking of what came to the state
No, what came to
from
the
the feds.
From Build Back Better,
Yeah, I think it's,
billions of dollars for transportation and other services.
that would be a potential source, right?
I don't know. I don't know what the strings are attached to the money as it's drawn down.
Yeah, it's pretty broad. I think it'd be a source.
Naturally, the different potential uses on Radio Island could mean a different dollar figure for what's needed, levels of dredging, etc. But do we have a firm target on what the bare minimum would be for a marshalling yard? Yeah, maybe this type of manufacturing would require more, but when this is brought to the legislature and they start to say, okay, well, you're talking about this potentially unlocking more funding, that's implying that the cost could be higher. So what is the bare minimum? Could that 50 million get us there, or is that not scratching the surface? What's the bare minimum that it would take to make it an offshore wind ready site?
I'm happy to take a crack, but we also have our board's executive director here who might want to speak to what that looks like. And I know that you have an environmental impact report underway that might tell us more.
Yeah, I mean, again, depending on its use, whether it's for manufacturing, marshaling, offshore support. The number we're working with the environmental impact study is about $270 to $350 million. That's for a full development of Radio Island.
And that's for transportation as well, or is that just
Radio Island?
So Colin, SWC had done a little bit of research earlier this year, and I'm happy to send this out to everybody, but based on what other states have done, it was an estimated 20 to 50 million just for staging upgrades. For manufacturing would be another 50 million. For upper tier components, subcomponents would be another 20 to 50. Marshalling upgrade would be another 20 to 50, and then SOV operations would be another 5.
Quick math, does that add up to approximately what Brian just suggested?
I think it's important to know the starting base. Radio Island is just that, it's an island. There's no infrastructure there. So if you're talking about some of the other states, they're redeveloping facilities that were transportation facilities previously. Portsmouth Marine Terminal was an operating container terminal. So the upgrade was to a portion of the wharf, but the yard itself is sufficient for the cargo that's being handled there.
Yeah, he just said these costs would be like the offshore wind specific upgrades, not, Radio Island as a whole, ground up.
All right. Secretary, yes.
Yeah, one question. I was just looking up. I knew that the infrastructure bill was somewhere around 80 billion or so. That was a lot of the state, and it's saying here that North Carolina is scheduled to get 7.8 billion of that amount. So I would think that the 50 million needed for Radio Island or 200 million needed for Radio Island could be petitioned or asked.
It's a relatively small piece of
Any more thoughts or comments on recommendation 2? All right.
So at this point, I'll invite my colleagues to join me up here with these other top-line recommendations that kind of emanated out of the other subcommittee work to discuss them.
So workforce and let's see.
Happy to come up now or
Sure.
do it within the workforce.
Well, we could do that.
What's your preference, Emily? Maybe it's part of just this conversation if you go ahead and do it.
The top priority recommendation coming out of the Workforce Development Subcommittee was to increase funding for training programs, including apprenticeship programs at our colleges and universities and through labor organizations. But with that, to make sure that we increase capacity to actually establish those programs. We know that the top legislative priority from the North Carolina Community College system this year was funding for salaries and raises for their staff. And that is a key and essential part of making sure that we're able to actually roll out new training programs. The NC Works Commission recognizes certified career pathways, and so a lot of people in this room are part of a group that's working on establishing a clean energy career pathway. But the local area workforce development boards, in partnership with their local community colleges, have to be able to offer those courses once they're recognized. So that takes state level funding and public and private partnerships to make sure that we can really deploy that training across the state. I'm happy to answer any questions about that top line recommendation.
Any questions on workforce?
And more from the workforce subcommittee here in a moment when I bring up the co-chairs. Great, thank you.
Steve has a question.
Just one quick thing. So I was looking at the language describing the recommendation, and it seems very tied to the discussion around deployment of offshore wind. There are tax credits around the manufacturing pieces in clean energy as well. I know that's not a direct workforce incentive, but is there language in the fully fleshed out discussion around kind of the manufacturing and supply chain pieces of the workforce needs as well?
In the workforce subcommittee recommendations, we didn't focus on that as much, but we did prioritize the employer tax credit. I think that was our third recommendation, and you know, employers are being incentivized to pay family-sustaining wages and to offer a standard and required number of registered apprentices, and so I believe it's a 30% tax credit that they can take advantage of, and I think it's our third recommendation.
Thank you.
I'm going to talk about recommendation 5, the top of page 11. As you all are aware, back in May, North Carolina joined 9 other states as members of the Fisheries Mitigation Project. And this recommendation is aligned with that new status for the state. The goal of the project, if you recall, is to develop a common and robust framework, methodology, and criteria to provide for a compensatory mitigation for fishermen in the event that they experience losses due to offshore wind activities. So what we understand is that in addition to funding that's provided to this project from offshore wind project developers, sector associations, and foundations, as well as support from the member states is encouraged and requested. So some states have made financial contributions to this project to go into the larger pool of funding that will go and serve to make whole fishermen who experience those losses. And so what we suggest is that North Carolina financially contribute to the design and development phase of this project, and then thereby we would have skin in the game as a member state in how the whole effort moves forward. As an alternative to directly funding the project, the task force recommends that the legislature appropriate funds to study our marine fisheries resources and the avoidance, minimization, and mitigation practices that are best suited for our marine fisheries industry to coexist with offshore wind development activities. Any thoughts or questions? And here comes John, and I think we'll go on to the subcommittee readouts from there, correct? Yes? Okay.
All right, I'm John Harden, and I help staff the subcommittee on economic opportunity. And we contributed to recommendation 6, and there are some other recommendations in the report related to that. The section of recommendation 6 that I'm going to focus on today is, if you read the bold font, it says, grow tools and encourage new and expanding businesses by identifying new sites, critical assets and resources, and broadening the supply chain database. What I'm going to talk about today is that latter part, broadening the supply chain database. As most of you know, when North Carolina commissioned BVG Associates in 2020 to produce the supply chain assessment, reports assessment for North Carolina, part of that contract entailed them establishing a supply chain registry. Most states, all those states that have the turbines in that table that you saw earlier, have a supply chain registry, essentially to list the manufacturers in their state that are either working in the supply chain database. Most of that is onshore right now because the offshore is not a super well-developed market yet, or those companies that would like to be active in the offshore wind supply chain database. So BVG Associates set up a survey for us. That was an intake device on the Department of Commerce's website, where we had 150 or so companies over time contribute their information to say what their products were, what their company was, where they were located, and how they would like to serve the offshore wind supply chain. To date, that has been an intake device only. We didn't want to publish it until we had a sufficient amount to go live with it. Well, we've reached that point where we can go live, and we could have gone live on our own with Department of Commerce resources, but what we decided is we did not need to reinvent the wheel. So we looked around at some other supply chain databases and registries that are out there. Other states, also the Business Network for Offshore Wind has one, and the Southeastern Wind Coalition has one as well. And after doing a pretty extensive search, we decided that partnering with the Southeastern Wind Coalition would be the best way to go. They have a really robust database that already included a lot of North Carolina organizations. But what we found when we combined our data with theirs is that they had some companies that we didn't have, and we had some companies that they didn't have. And so the combined databases together are more than the separate ones, and they also have a very nice interface. And so what we did is we worked out with a small contract with the Southeastern Wind Coalition for basically them to take their database, which you see here, but this actually is being displayed on the Department of Commerce's website, as you can see from the web address at the top. So this actually is live now on the Department of Commerce's website. The internet's a little slow today, at least in this meeting, so I don't want to navigate a whole lot. But if you do want to get to this, you can just go to the Department of Commerce's website and type in offshore wind in the search engine, and up will come a whole page that is also a new page that we had already had a page there, but we really expanded it and created various sections, a lot of new information. One of those sections is this, or if you want to navigate to it, you can go to the very top of the website, go to, I think, services for businesses, and then key industries, and one of the key industries is energy. Within that is offshore wind. Anyway, it should not be very hard for you to find it, but what you can see here is that this is the map, and it populates only North Carolina, and so that's what we're focused on. You can see that it filters the various types of companies and organizations by the type or the way they're involved in the industry sector. For example, you can see there are 27 companies that produce or serve nacelles, 40 that are related to blades or rotors. If you add all that up, there are 123 that currently supply the industry, and there are another 32 that don't supply the industry currently, but are probably well positioned to do that. You can filter it, so if you say, I don't want to see all, more than 100, you only want to see, the ones that are related to towers, unclick all the others. And again, the internet's a little slow today, but what you'll see is eventually, you'll see some of those icons disappear, if this works as it should, the internet, and there we go. Now the only thing that's existing is the companies that are related to towers. You'll notice that some of them are a fully shaded icon. Those are the ones that are currently in the industry. The ones that look like they have a little hatch pattern in them, that means that they are not currently in this sector, but could serve the sector. And so if you were to hover over any of those icons and click on it, again, this may take a minute, but what should happen is that what should pop up is the name of the company and then a hyperlink that takes you to more details about that company. So it's not just the icons, it's the icon as an entry point to more details about the company. If If you don't like the map, if you say, I'd rather see this in table format, then you can just click down here on table, and there we go. And everything that was displayed on the map is now displayed as a table. And if you click on any one of these, you can see that more detail is provided there, as well as a link to the company. And all of this can be, you can use to generate a PDF report to print out. And if you don't want to print out, say you'd like it in an Excel spreadsheet, you can just copy everything that's in the PDF, paste it into Excel, and there it is in Excel. So it's a really robust database. 99% of the credit for this goes to the Southeastern Wind Coalition because they developed this in the first place. But the 1% goes to the Department of Commerce and Towers. Maybe 5%. Maybe Marquita, well, I'll actually go up to 10%. We'll be honest. Higher, okay. So anyway, it is a partnership. It's a 99-to-1 partnership. And we actually provided a lot of data, and through partnerships, you can do a lot more than you can do on your own. And so we really appreciate this. There is one more thing I want to show.
Hey, John, while you're doing that, quick question, maybe for you and Carly, but the potential suppliers, is that by their own admission? Is that subject to some third party that qualifies them as having the potential?
I think they check it themselves, I believe. Is that correct?
Admission, but the Southeastern Coalition verifies
Yeah.
that you're a legit company,
Okay.
they exist.
So there's some review of their capabilities to say,
Yeah.
yes, they theoretically.
As wonderful as a supply chain map, it is an incredibly manual process.
Sure, right, yeah,
So,
absolutely, yeah.
we do have somebody on staff that goes through all those entries.
Great, thank you.
And one reason I said 99% is because it is very labor intensive, and the Southeastern Wind Coalition provides that labor. The Department of Commerce and Towers does not have to do that, and that vetting process is a significant amount of time. You might say, well, okay, we know there are 100 or so companies in there. How do new companies get added? Well, if you click on this button, Manage, then any company can enter their information into that, and then it goes to the Southeastern Wind Coalition, and they review it, and if it meets all their standards, then they are in the database. And companies can also go in and update their information, if their address changes or anything like that. So it's a dynamic database, it's searchable and filterable, and shows the world that North Carolina is active in offshore wind. So thanks a lot to the Southeastern Wind Coalition and to the Department of Commerce leadership for helping make that happen.
All right, great work, John and Carly. Any questions or comments for John?
Can I just add
Susan.
that this is a great asset, but it's now part of this offshore wind website kind of landing page that we have that is intended to be resources for businesses that are interested in learning more about offshore wind. And I don't know if John can get to there because of the speed, but it outlines, if you can see these different accordion things, the opportunity that businesses have in this sector, how you can prepare your business through online education opportunities or through certifications, how you can be part of the registry, and then what resources exist in the state to help support your business, including the Economic Development Partnership in North Carolina, the Clean Energy Technology Center, the SBTDC, all those other resources in the state that are available to help businesses. So it's the registry is a part of a whole new apparatus, if you will, to really try to provide support for businesses looking to enter the sector.
Thank you, Susan, for that additional information.
Right, thanks.
John, is there anything else for the Economic Opportunity Subcommittee, John or Susan?
I think it's well spelled out in the report, and a lot of it is about educating existing companies about the opportunity. I think we're just barely scratching the surface, and I know other states face the same issue. We often feel like other states are ahead of us, but Jennifer and I and others, Susan, have gone, and I know you too have gone to these conferences, whether it's the International Partnering Forum or Wind Europe. And if you talk to colleagues in other states, everybody feels like they're behind everybody else. And what they have typically said is they are constantly trying to educate businesses about the opportunity, but they feel like they're just scratching the surface. And so some of these resources that we have now on the site might help people. The supply chain registry, you know, the more people see their competitors up there, they might want to put their own information up there. And that is something that the Economic Opportunity Committee wants to move forward with, is some sort of training resources or evangelizing opportunity, you know, exercise to make the opportunity known to more companies.
Great. Thank you, John. Any questions or comments for John? Anything else for the Economic Development Subcommittee? All right, Jennifer, did you have anything else for Infrastructure Subcommittee?
Just recognizing that we're getting shorter on time, I would just encourage everybody to take a look at the more detailed information that's in the whole report that was emailed to you all earlier today. There was one other recommendation that came out of the subcommittee with respect to North Carolina joining the National Offshore Wind Research and Development Consortium. And there's more detail about that in there, as well as how we changed our charge from infrastructure and environmental justice and equity to just encompass infrastructure, because environmental justice and equity should be included in all of the subcommittee's work. So, but I'm happy to let my colleagues move forward with their other discussions.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Any comments or questions for Jennifer? All right, thank you. All right, we still have a little bit of time to work with, so I'm going to go ahead and ask if the Workforce Subcommittee has anything to update on. And Emily, if you want to share any more information now, if you have anything else to share, I know all of this information is available in the handouts that you have, and it will be on our website as well, if you want to touch on.
I think also for the sake of time, I won't go through all of the recommendations that were included in the report. You do have a slide deck in your folder if you'd like to view the workforce recommendations. But one that we'll point out, and then I'll hand it over to Perry to share an update on his end, is we have heard several times this year about the NREL workforce study and how that report revealed that one thing that North Carolina and all states need to do to prepare our workforce for jobs in offshore wind is GWO training, and to make sure our workers are ready to meet those industry safety standards. So we were glad, it looks like Mr. Møller stepped out. It was great to hear from him today, and Marquita, you set up the presentation with Alex to our subcommittee earlier, also from Maersk. And so we made sure to include the recommendation in the report that North Carolina statewide needs to invest in GWO training, because we've recognized how important that is. So that's a segue into, I'll hand it over to Perry Harker, who chairs the Workforce Subcommittee, and we'll give updates from his end.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Actually, Dan and I want to do an update on some training that we're preparing to offer in this space. Next month, our college will open a new facility, which was actually, it's a two-focused facility. It was funded by our North Carolina legislature through special allocation. One aspect of the training will be shipboard firefighting, which that focus is supporting our great ferry system, who needs that training on a regular basis, and our Coast Guard that is located in our community there in Carter County. This facility will be the only Coast Guard approved shipboard firefighting facility in the state. And it will certainly, all of those agencies that are sending employees out of state to get that training, hopefully we'll send them to Morehead City where we can provide it for them. The other piece of the facility will be a GWO tower. We actually took a couple of options that Tony mentioned earlier. Option one, if you remember, he said was hire a consultant to come in. We partnered with a consultant, GWO consultant, who guided us through the process of building this facility so that it meets GWO standards. Our next step will be to partner with a GWO provider who will provide the initial training for the first year. We will train our own trainers and then move beyond that after that. So we're hopeful that when you come down in November, we can take you out to see the facility. And those of you that want to go up the 25-foot tower, we'll make that opportunity available also. But we're excited, and we certainly are looking forward to being a training provider for GWO in North Carolina.
Great, thank you. Dan?
Thank you. So nothing really new on our front. I'll just add that, you know, it's a booming economy today in North Carolina. Our members with the iron workers and the rest of the affiliated building trades are prepared, steady training for any construction project in the state, and we're ready for offshore wind. I know it's a long ways down the road, but we're prepared, and we'd love to partner with folks like Carteret to give additional training to the workforce that's needed. And I want to add too that the iron workers are having a East Coast apprenticeship competition in Charlotte, September 16th. It's the biggest apprentice competition on the coast. You all are invited in Charlotte at our training facility.
So what happens in one of these competitions, Dan?
So it's welding, it's reinforcing rebar, it's knot tying, rigging, and the main event is fastest to the top of a 40-foot column.
All right. Sounds exciting. Okay, any questions or comments for the infrastructure subcommittee?
I just want to know if Dan's in favor of that competition.
I'm practicing.
Okay, we're going to round it out with outreach and engagement. Mayor Cahoon and Susie, do you have any?
Mayor Cahoon's got us covered today.
All right.
We do, and I'm just going to do it right here. Susie and I are like that late TV sign-off, waving flag and the trumpet music. We're always right here at the very end of the show. We have a presentation. Our slides are in your packet. They were in your folder today, so we're just going to refer you to those. Refer you to our part of the annual report for the good work that our committee has been doing in the last year. We're just going to highlight one program for the coming year. That's the creation of a calendar. So I would ask you to imagine, if you would, a calendar, a grid, that would have all of the potential stakeholders in offshore wind, all of the entities that we all work with in offshore in our different circles, those organizations, their upcoming meetings, the dates, the times where the registration is required, and a little description of what that meeting would be about. And our committee is proceeding. We have a working group that we've started, and we're going to put that calendar together. I think that would be an incredibly valuable asset for the task force going forward. It would be something that we could link to the website. We could present in the newsletter the upcoming meetings, and we could all target meetings that were important to various parts of our work. And so I have sent an email out to the co-chairs of the other subcommittees to ask that everyone in all of your upcoming meetings, all of your future meetings, have a very brief calendar discussion as part of that meeting. Have your members offer meetings that are upcoming, and then send those. I've listed folks in that email that can be contacted. Gina, our staff person, is number one for receiving this information. We're going to take all those meetings, compile them, and figure out the right mechanism to share them with the entire task force for our work going forward. And so in addition to our other work of a new survey, additional stakeholder engagements, working with all the other committees as you have stakeholder work coming up, that's our #1 project for the time being. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for outreach and engagement? Thank you, Mayor Cahoon.
Susie, anything to Gina? Anything else?
Okay. All right. Okay. That brings us to the end of our agenda. Any questions or comments overall? Anyone have any last thing that wasn't touched on that you want to get in? Steve?
Just one quick note. Since we've been talking a lot about various federal programs and grants that are out there, I did want to highlight that there is an effort to put together an EDA Tech Hubs proposal that would be relevant to this group. It's going to focus on the nexus of clean energy and advanced manufacturing. It's being led by Central Carolina Community College and the Research Triangle Clean Tech Cluster. NC State's got a number of folks that are engaged in that discussion. This is kind of similar in scale to the NSF engines discussion that we were having earlier. Probably the major difference is NSF is kind of coming from the bottom of the technology development discussion, so they're more basic research and trying to turn it into something. The EDA Tech Hubs proposal is kind of on the other end of the spectrum. It's looking at technologies that are kind of already there and trying to figure out how to expand them into geographic areas where there will be more commercial impact. So I'm on that project development team. We've got a designation proposal going in on the 15th, and I'm waving the offshore wind flag as part of that conversation.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Steve. Well, any final comments from task force members? Anything you want to add? Okay, we're a few minutes ahead of schedule, which is good. And our wonderful photographer is asking if we will assemble in front of the fire truck.
Yes.
Okay, in front of the fire truck for a photo before we leave for the day. So, most of you guys didn't join us yesterday, but we did have an opportunity to tour the training center here. And that what you'll see when we go over there is the mock-up fire truck that Secretary Sanders did. She took out a curve, but she did pretty good. It's all good. I want to thank again each and every subcommittee member and task force member. If you're on the task force, you're on the subcommittee. And I really appreciate everything that you're doing and bringing to this body of work. So thank you again for that. Just so you know, our next meeting is November 2nd. Perry gave us a heads up on it. It's Carver Community College is hosting us. So Perry and Dr. Mancini over there is going to be our hosts again. And we look forward. If you remember last year when we went to Carver Community College, the students prepared probably the best meal we've had as a task force. So we're looking forward to going there again. Plus a lot of exciting things. Dr. Tracy Mancini did join Secretary Sanders and I and others, EVP&C. We had some Melissa Smith and some other folks went with us to Denmark, and I think Dr. Mancini got really excited about some of the opportunities, and you've heard Perry talk about much of what they're doing at Carteret Community College to really embrace offshore wind. So we look forward to our next meeting, going back to Morgan City and enjoying Carteret Community College again. That is November 2nd. With that, our meeting is concluded. Mics are not going to be turned off, so anything you say,